Hello everyone, welcome to Meydan Racecourse in glorious sunny Dubai. Conditions are as you'd expect, to be honest. The sun is really starting to ramp up at this point. And the action, it's something of a calm before the storm at the moment. We're not far off group action coming back next week, and on the horizon is Emirates Super Saturday. But tonight, it's all about the sponsor Altair Motors, who lend their sponsorship to all 9 of the races. And we've got a car in the winner's enclosure as well. The Defender, the Land Rover Defender, and Defender very much being a key term because it's a tricky car to work out, and sometimes a straight back in cricket terms is exactly what is needed. They're lending their sponsorship not least to our feature on the night, the Lord Glitters Handicap, named after a wonderful old stager. It was poetry in motion, seeing him when he got that fast pace to bring him into it. Well, he won 2 Grade 2 Sing Spiels, didn't he? And the Jebel Hatter at the top level as well. It's great that we get to honour him like we did Vizirabad last week with our feature handicap. To take you through all of the details, our commentator, Pat Comerford.
Well, we head back to Meydan once again for the 11th meeting of the 23-24 season. Our first horse, changing colours, was very impressive, leading all the way under Sandro Paiva. Will he aim to do the same against similar opposition? Our next race will see Uzo racing in a different pattern to changing colours. A last to first victory under Ardri de Vries, and Safi Osborne jumps on board for Father Jamie, hoping to keep the season rolling. Well, it's a first time we will see a regular warfare in familiar colours, making his way here after 2 very impressive wins, including this all-weather victory under David Egan at Kempton Park. And Arabian Tale was brave at Abu Dhabi. He returns to Meydan for the 2nd time in his lightly raced career, hoping to continue on a great season so far. Let's have a look at the schedule for this evening, Friday the 16th of February, all brought to you by the Defender. A maiden to kick it off over 1,200 metres for the purebred Arabians, then to the mile on turf, followed by a mile race on dirt, the Defender 130 outbound edition, also at maiden level. We then head to the 4th event, a 1,400 metre turf handicap, followed by a 2,200 metre dirt event. We stay at the staying distances here. The Lord Glitters Handicap, our feature this evening over the 1,800 metres on turf. Back to the sprints for the 1,200 metre Defender 110 handicap. And we cap it off with a 1,400 metre dirt event and a 2,000 metre turf event, the 9th event on the programme. Let's have a look at who won't be joining us this evening. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 and 20, all 6 emergencies come out of the purebred Arabians event. Race 3, number 12, Star Chamber, is no longer taking part, along with race 4, number 6, Wild Lion. That does open the way for a runner to get involved though, which we'll see very shortly. Aswan, Aj Diet and Many a Star do not take their place. Over the page, race 6, number 4, Track of Time, and race 5, White Wolf, come out of the races. The 7th event, we have all of our emergencies coming out, along with race 8, number 2, Mozahim, and in the last, Branwell and Lost Gold do not get a spot. And the jockey changes. Race 4, we did see the withdrawal there, and as a result, Cloud Bridge, the first emergency, makes its way into the field and will be partnered by the Panamanian in Oscar Chavez. Let's have a look at the track going report. Not much to report. Good to firm the entire way around.
And as if by magic, Pat Comerford joins me right now. Great to see you, Pat.
Yeah, great to see you too, Anthony. Great to welcome you back. It's good to have you on board for the 11th meeting of the season. It's again, one more week closer to Super Saturday. I think we're going to have some horses, I guess, on the back end. We're back on the back end of that period of horses just sort of maybe wanting that sort of first run before they do hit potentially their targets second up. And there's a couple stepping out tonight that I think may have bigger and better targets on the schedule. But yeah, it's going to be a nice little card, and the weather seems to be beautiful at the moment.
I thought there were some real parallels with last week, not least that we start off with a PA Maiden, but our feature is a handicap, a really interesting contest, and named after a horse who really, I thought, touched a lot of hearts when he raced out.
He certainly did, and not just here as well. On an international scale, he was a wonderful horse to world racing and to people who were world racing enthusiasts, and I think it's a great tribute to by the Dubai Racing Club to name a race in his honour.
What I thought is going to be really interesting to see for this meeting is last week it seemed that pace held up. You wanted to be up there, at least in the first 3 or 4. I think the first few races are going to be very informative of how the track's playing. Yeah,
I think it's one of those ones, if you're probably tuning in overseas and you're looking at this more from from a wagering perspective, you would be waiting a few races to get a really good idea. It's one of those meetings where we've seen the tracks, I guess, play a little differently, and I think the first couple of races are going to give us a bit more of a picture.
Well, let's kick on. We've got 9 to get through. We're going to start with the Purebred Arabian 1200 metre contest. There's some really interesting horses in here. We don't know a massive amount about a lot of them, but the Al Wathba is well represented, just like they were at Al Ain last night. And Bernardo Pinero and the Al Jahuri team looking to take the first race on this card as well, just like they did last night. The likes of Malik Al is an interesting contender, having had some experience as well. And it will be interesting to see exactly how this plays out. I've got to be honest, I haven't seen many 1200 metre purebred Arabian races. I know there is a track record, and I think it was held by an Al Jahuri type in Lena from last year, but this is a different kind of event than we'd be used to seeing.
Funnily enough, Lena ran last night as well at Elaine, so we've seen her getting back to her racing as well. But it's not something that we have seen too much of here, because I feel that it's probably been a little bit more of a fair schedule if they do go for the mile, because it allows those horses probably who prefer a bit of a sprinting trip to find a race where they may have to go a little bit extra, but it also allows and opens it up for those 2,000 metre horses to come back. But funnily enough, we've got a nice sprint here tonight over the 1,200 metres, and you mentioned that we don't know a lot about these horses. The way I read this race, to be perfectly honest with you, is the horses that we've seen already at the races haven't shown us enough. So you are gravitated towards those who are stepping out here for the first time tonight in this maiden, and that is why I gravitated towards the 2 at the top. And I think the Al Wathba Racing team as a whole have a couple of nice horses here across the stables, but I am very much leaning towards the 1 here in Ark and Al Wathba, purely from the draw and the fact that we have seen Majid Al Jahuri really strive this season in getting those horses to fire early, and as a result, off that gate 3, I think he's going to get every possible here.
I couldn't have put it better myself, to be honest. I think we agree here. I'm not sure we do for maybe some of the rest of the card, but good to start off with a bit of consensus for it. Race 2, we're then moving on to the thoroughbreds. The first of 8 races, the Defender 130 conditions. It's for 3-year-olds of both hemispheres, and that's particularly pertinent because you've got Athan in here, the only Southern Hemisphere 3-year-old, having to give a lump of weight away to the likes of the filly Beautiful Love, herself having to carry a penalty for winning at Newmarket on the July course last year. You've got some in there who really do have a point to prove in here, and to be honest, Pat, I really thought it concerned the top 2.
Yeah, it's conditions-wise, it's going to be very, very hard. And look, these races are great, and it gives these horses an opportunity from the Northern Hemisphere to, I guess, come into this with a bit of a benefit. But they're going to be up against it here tonight, and that's obviously going to be a concern. I feel Beautiful Love here in behind Cinderella's Dream was impressive enough, and yeah, she does get a slight penalty, as you mentioned, for having that win at Newmarket, but It was how she closed off here in the final stages, in behind Cinderella's Dream, that suggests she's going to be going quite well here. She comes off the rating of 89. She's got a decent enough draw. William Buick's only coming here for a couple of rides tonight, and I know he's, indentured, so he sort of has to come out anyway. But at the same time, he's got to a point here in the season where I think he has the luxury of being a little bit more picky than what he probably would have been had the season not had kicked off as probably as well as it has been. He's come out here for a couple of nice rides, and I think Beautiful Love, look, no spoils at the price overseas, but is, I think, one of the clear winning hopes of the night, and you'd be surprised if at the conditions of this race she doesn't take this out.
Yeah, I think you'd be very disappointed if she didn't win. Simple as that. I am looking forward to seeing how Athen does cope with that weight, though. I think he's clear second best. We're moving then from the turf over back to the dirt. First time for the thoroughbreds in race 3, and this looks a really tricky contest to try and solve. 13 going to post. You've got long-standing maidens left, right and centre in here. We're about to see one of them on the change of the page. My top pick in here is the 0 from 20 Mezzo Tinto, who, he needs everything to fall right, but I think he deserves it, and he has some of the best form coming into this. What is particularly interesting, though, and we'll see it a little bit later on, is that you've got lightly race types in here, like a Shinya, and of course Naya, who's shown easily enough in the Carnival runs that we've seen this season. The trip is a slight concern for me.
Yeah, look, I can understand where you're coming from in regards to the 1600 metres. We haven't seen this horse, be able to, I guess, see that out yet. The races have all been over sort of 12 and obviously 1400 metres last start. What I do like is the fact that we do see Naya come back to Maiden Company. Now, we know the last time that Naya came back to Maiden Company, unfortunately ran into a pretty smart one for Maiden Grade, and that's Mr. Carfu, who's gone on to frank that form and win the following start once again up against Proven Company, and has since been to the races again up another grade and been able to measure up there as well. Not winning the race, but certainly not disgraced. I think back to Maiden Company, Naya gets an okay opportunity. Pat Dobbs is going to have to be obviously a little bit more conservative, I guess, with the Son of Moonings in the run. But again, I look at that form and I look at Nature Watch, who's had 2 starts over longer distances. And the worry I have is not only the first time here on the dirt in Dubai, but also the fact that could be a little bit sharp for him here as well, considering that we haven't seen him at the races since December, and he's had a little freshen up since then. Now, Charlie Appleby's had an okay run of getting horses to come over here and I guess fire on the dirt first up, especially with that all-weather form. But overall this season, right across the yards, it has been, I guess, collectively unsuccessful seeing it. It's happened in past seasons, but we haven't seen a lot of horses fire here first time on the dirt, so this season at least. So I'm a little bit wary about Nature Watch, and as a result, I can understand why you've gone elsewhere. I'm not saying Naya is probably the main pick. I think there's a couple that you could go with at least. Mezzotinto is definitely in the camp, but I think Nature Watch is vulnerable here, despite the fact that William Buick jumps on board for Charlie Appleby, and that alone will see many people gravitate towards him.
I think it absolutely will. There'll be a massive cheer, as there always are, when the Godolphin Blue cross the line in front. The concern for me would be, while he's bred for it, you make a very good point about the fact that first time on the dirt here, it can be a real challenge for him. You can learn so much from it. So going forward, it's a very interesting proposition. Also, Charlie Appleby would not be known really for dirt runners. He's absolutely dominant in the turf races. But by and large, it's also seen, this has been the scene of some of his greatest head scratches. The likes of the Derby winner Massar going off an incredibly short price for the Albastacaya on his dirt debut, not taking to it at all. And then suddenly he gets back on the turf and he's an Epsom Derby winner. So I'd be inclined to go against him with a much more established horse.
What if I told you Nature Watch, the way that I saw it, was that I think this isn't a race that they're putting him into to go out and win. I don't think the confidence is going to be there that he's just going to come out and blow them away. I think this is going to be a really good learning opportunity for the horse. I think that these races and going into, I guess, a gritty maiden contest over a mile here on the dirt, you're only going to see a horse that is not only getting the benefits of travel to another country, but you're also getting that, that benefit of just going into a gritty race. I think the horse is probably going to come out better for it on the other side, win, lose or draw. Looking
forward to seeing how he copes with it, regardless of whether you're with him or not. It is fascinating to see an Appleby contender on the dirt. Moving on to our next race, a very different type of contest, because we're back on the turf, 1,400 metres, and there are plenty of familiar names in here if you've been following the Dubai Racing Carnival. Looking forward to seeing how Molakab gets on, that number 10 there, for a team that still continue to be dominant all the way through the UAE racing season. Great to see Tiger Crusade out here. Usually plies his trade in the winter months on the all-weather in the UK. Good to see him out for a trainer in David Simcock, who really has had plenty of success throughout the course of it. And the fascinating one, Pat, I think we're both in agreement, is Olympic Candle. An opening mark of 88 for a team that are going to be scratching their heads as to how they haven't got on the board yet. Saeed, he must be tearing his hair out at this point.
Yeah, it's been an interesting run so far this season. And look, it's been one full of obviously hurdles as well. Morge was looking like a main contender for the stable, and unfortunately won't be seen anymore, having been retired. So it's probably not the start they would have hoped for, but I think at the conditions gets his chance here tonight. Let's have a look at this race, though. I think this is a key form.
I very much think it is, because I think this will ensure that there's at least a pace for some of these to aim at. Changing colours, it was fairly out of the blue, wasn't it?
Yeah, it certainly was. The tactics, I guess, caught a few people off guard, especially all the other riders. But I think it's the subsequent winners that have come out of it, because we saw Changing Colours go ahead. Yeah, they couldn't run him down, but there were a few that caught the eye making ground in the late stages. And even those who didn't handle it in the final stages have gone on in following starts and gone well. And I speak of the Caribbean, for Heather Main, who ran a very superb minor placing the other day. So look, I'm looking forward to seeing whether that form line holds up. I think Olympic Candle's form line looks the superior one. Again, coming into this race, the horse gets the benefit here of being 2 from 3 and has basically come into this as a 3-year-old colt with, I think 55 kilos, sees him going very close here, regardless of even if he finds a bit of bad luck here. That's the kind of race that we see. He's got a massive weight swing on a few of these horses right up the top, including Changing Colours, who I don't think is going to get away with it as much as he did. I think I said in the call he had early dinner reservations. He was that far in front, to be perfectly honest with you. It was a good tactical ride by Sandro Paiva to go on and win that, and I don't see them changing the plan. I think he leads again here tonight, but I don't think he'll be as far in front.
Yep, agreed. I'm very interested to see how Olympic Candle gets on his UAE debut and 3-year-old debut, of course. I like the versatility he showed from winning on a stiff 7 or stiff 1400 at Ascot to then dropping back in trip on a very different track that Kempton Park showed. Extremely different race. I like the spacing out of these races. You're going from different test to different test all the way through. And race 5 offers a completely different proposition. Longest race of the night, 2,200 metres. We're back on the dirt. You've got the likes of Lion's Mane in here, who I think will go very close for a team that are going great guns in Ahmed Bin Hamash and Connor Beasley, who is narrowly in front in the Jockeys' Championship. Only 3 ahead of Tygo Shea, having had a great time of things at Alain last night. Near the bottom, a military option, an interesting proposition. You'd expect Adri de Vries to be on this, but I would imagine, because Adri hasn't done under 8 stone 9 in the last 12 months, 8.5 was just a pipe dream. And the old boy, Untold Secret, 12 years old, recently 12 as well. He's got one more season, I think, under UAE rules that he can be. You have to be 12 at the start of the season, and then that's no more for the UAE. But let's take a galloping clue. This is Lion's Mane in here, with Alwarith, Golden Arch and Al Darja in behind. I thought a reproduction of this would probably be good enough to win this.
Yeah, I agree. I think Lions Mane's got to be the pick here, going off the dirt form. If you were going off recent form and you were going off, I guess, how the horse is travelling in recent times from a racing perspective, a Hester Barrow's the obvious pick, but he just doesn't go on the dirt. It's as simple as that. He's had 3 goes on it and just hasn't even got anywhere near it. So despite the fact that his run behind Webinar was incredibly tough, and arguably, I think there was a bit of a sigh that he didn't get up, because it was not only a great ride by Pat Cosgrave, but also the horse had been knocking on the door to win, and it would have been good to see him get up there for Ismail Muhammad. So it's a bit of a shame that a Hester Barrow probably doesn't get the conditions to suit here. It's not on the grass, and as a result, I think Lions Mane gets an opportunity. Yes, he hasn't won on the dirt before, but he's done a lot more on it than a few of his major competitors here in the event.
Yeah, very much so. So we are agreeing with plenty. I wonder if it's going to carry on throughout the course of this preview. I think we differ when it comes to the feature, however.
I think we do. I think to the back end of the card, I think we've got a few different.
Lovely. 1,800 metres for the Lord Glitters Handicap, our feature, 210,000 dirham in prize money. And we can take a look at the participants. No Track of Time or White Wolf. Uzo, a fascinating contender off the back of opening that new dimension, having won over this trip on his first start this season. Has been placed over shorter 3 times under Safi Osborne. First sight, what happened last time, I'm not exactly sure, but Buick retains the faith for Charlie Appleby. And right at the bottom, you've got a very interesting contender that we will see on the other side of the page for Simon and Ed Crisford, who also have King of Time in here. But laser guided, if he goes in the stalls, and that's a little bit of an if at this stage, because now he's had this twice, once in the UK and last intended start over here. If he can get out, he does have the scope for improvement off a low weight. I'm with Uzo. I like the romantic story of the idea of Safi Osborne being the first female rider to ride a winner in the UAE. Hasn't worked out yet. This is easily our best chance.
Yeah, look, it would be. Going off what we've seen from Uzo last start, he looks an electric horse that hopefully will get the runs in the late stages, because that's exactly what Ardri de Vries required here in this victory. Was, the runs were there, but he still had to very much plot the path. It was, stick to the left, stick to the right, getting the horse to obviously weave, but also balance up at the same time for this final charge here, where he was able to storm through and spoil the party for a few others who I guess probably thought that they had the race sort of wrapped up. I think Silent Film at one stage probably thought, the rider of Silent Film definitely thought that they had the race sewn up. So, look, it's going to be interesting to see how Uzo goes here. Now, all credit to Safi. I think it's a great opportunity for her. I am also a big believer in you never take a winning rider off a horse. So that's just, I think it's bad juju to take a winning rider off a horse. But I understand Safi's here to ride for the stable. She knows this horse like the back of her hand, and it is a good opportunity. And I'm sure Ardri de Vries understands that as well, who unfortunately won't take his place here, with Track of Time being a scratching from the race. But look, I'm not going to lean with Uzo here. I think Uzo's among the winning hopes. I thought it was one of the more open races for the evening. I think Andrew Slattery gets a great chance on laser guided. But I am going to stick here with First Sight. I think he'll improve off that run. Didn't get any luck whatsoever over the 1,800 metres. Finds a similar race here, although being a little bit tougher. And I think if the runs come as well, I'm hoping he can replicate some of that form we saw there at Yarmouth before he made his way over. He will need a bit of luck from the gate as well. But I think this is anyone's race. I thought this was one of the more open races for the entire card.
Which is great as a feature race, that you have such a competitive heat, an open heat, but the high quality horses turning up as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, look, it's going to be a really, really nice race. I'm looking forward to seeing how, look, even horses like Good Fortune, I think, will take plenty from that run that they had, the run that he had here. He's come here as a 10-time winner from 23 starts, and albeit, at different tracks over, Europe and even Scandinavia as well. He's definitely one that we could see improving tonight as well. So it's great, as I said, that we have a feature race tonight that I think could go any way, multiple ways here in this race. I think there's at least 7 or 8 winning hopes.
If only that rain earlier in the week could come a little bit closer to race day for good fortune. Denmark cursing their luck at the Dubai Racing Carnival. Very different test our next race. We're on the straight course, and this I thought, and you could say this for plenty of them, because they're so competitive. I was scratching my head with this. I've landed on one particular horse who we'll see in our VT very shortly, but it's a tricky one to weigh up.
It certainly is. It could go a number of ways here, and we've got quite a few horses that have been, I guess, knocking on the door here to hopefully break through. Do they get their chance tonight? The Rashid Borsley team have got a great hand in the race as well. But look, I'm left to wonder whether or not the horse up the top, although he carries 62 kilos here, Harsim was very impressive. Now, we'll have a look at this race here first before we get into Harsim, but we've got a couple of runners at least coming through this event, and I think this race gives us at least a good, decent enough opportunity to see how a few of these will contest down the straight.
I think Ras Al Had will probably confirm form with the two other rivals who faced him here, Shanghai City and Kia Rad. I'd expect Shanghai City to be fairly close to the lead, like the stablemate for the Orange Army. I just thought this horse just might have a bit more improvement in him in an open enough affair. Yeah,
it's a very open affair. So much so, I didn't even actually have Ras Al Had in my numbers. I've sided with Harsim here. I just thought, from what we saw in that run behind Changing Colours, where he was back in the field, he was caught wide. It was his only grass performance that we've seen so far to date. It was what he was doing through the line. Now, he was making ground with a horse like Mountbatten, who we've obviously seen come out and win a race the following start. Molacab, it will see tonight as well. Changing Colours will see tonight. So that form could continue to be franked this evening in earlier races. And on the proviso that I guess he can find a back from 9 in a middle alley here, Harsim may be one that can make a run at them here. And he comes into this off an official rating of 80. He carries 62. He's afforded the weight because he's the best horse in the race according to ratings. So I'm looking forward to seeing how Harsim goes. He is well and truly an each-way prospect on the international market, and I can understand why. But I think he can go well here.
Very interesting. Over to the dirt we go for our penultimate race, race 8. And a slight little bit of intrigue has been taken out for me in Mozahim not going, unfortunately. He would have been my pick in the race. Maidabawi looking to back up. Very different draw this time, though. A couple for Musabat Al-Maheri in there for Shadwell. Triple Venture, where he turns up every week. He loves this course and distance. I'd fancy him to hit the frame. And Island Rule, an interesting contender. And Irregular Warfare as well is a fascinating contender, partly because while he is a classic Fauzi Nas type of import, he's not really bred for this surface.
No, he certainly isn't, and that was a concern, that's for sure.
Sorry, we'll get to him in a second. My top pick, Maidabawi, in here, showing the form over Triple Venture and Island Rule. He had the ace draw, didn't he, this time? Doesn't today.
No, he doesn't, but I think he did it classy enough. Again, we've read this race exactly the same. I had the 2 Mozahim on top as my pick. He comes out, therefore Maidabawi comes up into the top spot. And outside of him, if you look at potential horses that can come and take this race out, I think there's too many unknowns with Irregular Warfare, whether or not he's going to handle the surface. If you make that case for a couple of others earlier on, hard to say you can give Irregular Warfare the benefit of the doubt. He won a Kempton Park novice, and he did it quite convincingly there under David Egan, but again, first time on the surface, there's so many unknowns, which led me to either Maidabawi or Imperial Empire, and plain and simple, Tygo O'Shea gets his pick. Ty goes with Maidabawi, so I go with Maidabawi. It's as simple as that. He knows which one to jump on. Very rarely gets it wrong, so Maidabawi for me.
Positives about Irregular Warfare, if you take the surface out of the equation, which I know is difficult because we're talking about dirt racing, you go on it or you don't. I like the fact he was able to win off such a long layoff under a penalty in a novice. That's usually the sign of a classy horse to me. I wonder if there's anything for the turf for him for the rest of the season, maybe beyond. I just have my concerns about facing proper dirt horses, like in the early point of the cup.
Yeah, and it's not only proper dirt horses. It's more so the fact that they're just more seasoned to the surface here and to the racing here, which can throw even the best of them off. So I think the track experience and just racing experience here in this jurisdiction in the golf and the golf in particular is just going to, I think, give a few of these horses the benefit of the doubt. So one Meydan on top for me, and you're in the same boat.
I certainly am. I think he'll make all. I think he'll just be sent to the lead like he was. Doesn't matter if he's drawn widest as long as he's quickest out, and I think he'll control it from there on in. So we're in agreement once again. Let's see if we are in race 9. A fascinating end to the programme. The Defender 90 handicap. It's over 2,000 metres on the turf. You've got a fair few of these horses who are coming in exposed and not in the best of form. Arabian Tail bucks that trend. You've got the likes of Sakara King, who cashed in a really good opportunity last time for Doug Watson and Syed Hashish. The likes of Yerman in there, an interesting contender. Poster Paint for the all-conquering Bupat Seymour team. Not the choice, though, of Tiger Shea. It's a big field to close. Where exactly were you looking, Pat?
I've gone with a runner who I feel hasn't had ample opportunity in the last 2 starts to make an impression. 2 starts ago, found himself 3 back on the inside. The runs never came. And that brought his opportunity to an end. He never even was off the steel at any point. So I was with him last start, and I speak of the 13 Law of Nature, and unfortunately the runs didn't come either. He's back out to the end. Ryder opted to go around, and unfortunately the race was over and done with. The race was gone. So as a result, as you can see here, you'll see him back up on the, you'll see, I'm just trying to have a look here exactly where he is.
Is he fencing?
There he is. He's on the fence. You can see him in the back of the fence there. The run's there with the Mostawa, and unfortunately the run just closes and he's not able to get his run here in the thing. This is the race in behind Franz Kafka. So, look, I think he had, unfortunately, no opportunity there, and I wonder if runs had come his way last start, whether or not he would have had a better opportunity. He gets a good gate here once again. He's been able to draw inside gates on multiple occasions, and I think he'll find himself in a similar position. He'll be back on the fence. Ben Cohen on board here for Masaba Al Mahiri, and well, I've gone with the connections horse in the 7th as well in Harsim. Hopefully lightning can strike twice, and we see Law of Nature get the luck that he deserves after the last couple of starts, and we see him running out. I think if he gets the opportunities and the runs come his way, he's a top 3 contender for sure.
Very interesting. So some solid picks overall. Should we take a look at them? See where Pat's gone, to just remind us all of exactly where it's going. I thought this was a hard week, to be honest.
It's a head scratcher of a week, Anthony. You've hit the nail on the head there. I've gone with Arkanel Wathbar in the first. Unexposed, but looks to be a horse that can go well. Beautiful love. I think you've got to basically put the horse down as the nap. The market agrees overseas. Gets an opportunity here. I'll go for Nayar in the 3rd. Olympic Candle hopefully can go well for Syed bin Saror in the 4th. Lion's Mane in the 5th. First Sight in the 6th, and our feature. Harsim in the 7th. My Dabawi in the 8th, and Law of Nature to bring us home there in the 9th.
Some solid contenders. Let's have a look at exactly where my dice was rolled. Arkanel Wathbar for me as well in our opener for Purebred Arabians. Beautiful Love, I think the weight that she gets, you can't go against her really in there. Metza Tinto, love him to get off the mark in race 3. Olympic Candle, I think, should make a pretty seamless transition. Could be a group horse in a handicap. Lion's Mane, I'll be disappointed if his best isn't good enough to win it. Uzo for the romantic story. Rasal had a horse who could be anything really, probably hasn't shown the best so far that he's shown in a limited sample size. My Dabawi, I think, will make all, and I think Arabian Tail will really enjoy the step up in trip to 2,000 for the first time. It slipped my mind. How have the other presenters been getting on in the tipping challenge?
Well, Tom Stanley had a very good week last week. He was able to pick up a few, but I think overall, I think you guys are probably ahead over the commentator, I'd say. But look, at the end of the day, the one and the selections that I think Tom made mention of last week that I think we should have a segment for is those of Sean King, our director and our man in our ear, because he has, I think low level is an understatement, and at this point in time, it's daylight to second. So we'll be interested to see if Sean King can continue on his run, and I think we have to make sure that we at least try to get those selections out to the fans and the loyalists, who I'm sure will be looking forward to seeing him continue on his run. And a pick 7 may be hit if they do follow Sean's 7 sometime this season.
I like his methods. I just can't really stick his arrogance. Is the problem.
Well, sometimes when you're the best, you've just got to think. If you are the best, you may as well think you're the best as well, because the confidence is well deserved. So looking forward to seeing how he goes tonight, and may the best win. May the best man or woman win.
Absolutely. And Sean had a particularly good week tipping last week, where the Vizura Handicap was our feature. Let's take in the highlights now.
Racing in the first event here, and the 16 are off to a good start. WMA Force on the inside was slowest, if any, and is being slowly detached from the rest of the field here as they start to thunder off and onto the course proper. We're up on the outside. It is Marwan Al Wathbar showing out, though deep on the course. AF Lath, Obeyed, Muthabir, and also Unleashed, keeping him 5 deep at the moment. Then came Mascot El Mori, followed there by Majdi up on the inside, in a nice position at the moment if the pace stays genuine. Then came Bassam El Wathbar, deeper out on the course, working along in a deep line there was Luai. Couldn't get in from 15 as to be expected. El Motajalia next, followed there by Ayash, Aries Dijon, Essajab. AF Gaia drops away, is 5 lengths detached from the initial field, and even behind them now is WMA Force, who is the last one. So 750 metres left to go, and Unleashed ends up working through. Muthabir just dropped the steal there for a little bit and is already under a ride here by Connor Beasley, dropping away from the leader. AF Lath comes around him. Then came Majdi, followed by Mascot El Mori, El Motajalia, Luai, Ayash, Bassam El Wathbar next, and Aries Dijon. Behind that, probably no chance at this stage, as Unleashed continues the run into the straight here. 400 metres left to go, getting 8 lengths clear here. Jabba Batar has had a wonderful 2 weeks here so far at Meydan. Game time last week, and Unleashed has put this beyond doubt. Unleashed at the 200 metres, 10 to 12 lengths ahead of Majdi and Muthabir, and gets further and further in front. Unleashed runs them into the ground. Unleashed, very impressive. 12 on the line. Majdi second. They fight for third. Muthabir maybe just over Mascot El Mori there. And we look set to go here at the 1600 metres. Our first turf race for the evening, racing. We got away to a very nice start. Dark Candy fast off on the outside. Condor Passer jumped well and jumped better than most, but has been restrained here as well, and they do slide up to its outside. Special Cigar, Algernon working forward. Benzema under a throttle hold on the middle of the pack there, spotting the lead about 4 lengths. Then came El Pastor, Chef de Party. Daha's working up the inside fence, followed there by Izaj, El Sahib 5 deep at the moment. Then came Midnight Deal, followed there by Yas, Assad, Mulhim second to last, and the last one was Flamewood. So down the back they go, and they leave the 1,000 astern. Making their way off the back part of the course, Dark Candy rolls them along well, 14.15, 25.24, so fractions are okay. And leads by a length and a half here on Algernon in second. Special Cigar third, and fourth Benzema still closer, and has been a little bit closer than he has been in previous starts. Chef de Party, Condor Passer now back to 6th. Followed there by El Pastor, El Sahib, Dahez. Izaj was next from Mulhim. Then came Midnight Deal, starting to be scrubbed along with Yas, Assad, and the last one Flamewood, still with them all to go past as they go into the straight here in race number 2. And 400 metres, Peg comes up now, and it is Dark Candy a half. Algernon now wider, is into second, now taking over. Condor Passer starting to weave through here with Benzema. Deeper out on the course, Darhez, followed by Chef de Party. It's Algernon, Condor Passer edging into the margin here in the final stages. It's Algernon the leader, Condor Passer on the outside, Condor Passer will take it. Condor Passer gets the win. Darhez edges out Algernon for second. We are set to run in the We1 presented by DP World. And we are away at the 1400 metres. To a good line, King of Luck was a little slow, if any, going back with Where's the Wire. Radan deeper out as Falcon of Arabia has been sent to the front here under Tiger O'Shea. On debut, leading by a length. Autobahn comes up into the position on the outside. Radan third and 3 deep. Thunder Blue gets a decent run in behind at the moment as the pace just comes out of the race slightly. 13.82, 24.56 as they thunder along the back and the 850 metre mark comes up. Now they tighten up ranks here. King of Luck second to last. Where's the Wire, the last one, as Falcon of Arabia leads them down the side part of the course. Autobahn shaken along. Thunder Blue needing some luck under David Egan in behind the leader as they will try to extricate off the fence shortly. Radan ridden. King of Luck next, and Where's the Wire detached at the moment. We lost Pure Ambition on Vet's advice at the gates. Falcon of Arabia travels into the straight here, a length and 3/4. He put a little bit of a gap here on Autobahn, who now balances up and starts to level up on the outside. Falcon of Arabia, though, gives a kick and staves off the favourite at this point in time. Falcon of Arabia leading by a length and a half. Autobahn tries ever so hard. 8 lengths to King of Luck and Thunder Blue, but it is all Falcon of Arabia, and he leads all the way. A length and a half, a nice debut win. Autobahn second, third across the line in a photo finish was King of Luck. They look like they'll go fast here. Set to go racing. Best line of the night. Mustawa jumped straight onto the bunny nice and early. Jewel Genie Lamp goes with it in the early piece. From Wild Tiger, deeper out on the course here, Al Hezabir, Bramwell, Mountbatten working through along with Aswan. They break off here, a slight gap back now to Cahill, working alongside Silver Jubilee. Al Maroom, Shake Hand. Goya Chica was next, followed by Perfect Balance. Then came Hawa Belady, followed by Silent Defence, Perfect Love, the last one. So 1100 metres left to go. 13.73, 24.54. Mustawa eventually finds the top. Jewel Genie Lamp hands up the rail and goes in to track the leader. Aswan improves up into second from Al Hezabir. Then came Bramwell, Wild Lion, Mountbatten, Al Maroom deeper out on the course from Silver Jubilee, Shake Hand. Then came Hawa Belady, Perfect Balance wide, but with a back at this point in time. Then came Goya Chica from Silent Defence, Cahill back to second last, and Perfect Love the last one. So there's about 15 lengths top to tail, but the action up in front here as Mustawa is asked for by Ben Cohen. Aswan comes up to the outside to challenge and goes on past at the moment, leads a short margin. Al Hezabir next in turn, down the centre of the course. Wild Lion starts to lift under Hector Crouch, followed by Mountbatten, who is lifting big time. It is up in front here, taking over Wild Lion. Mountbatten starting to get on level terms here under Macau Barcelona. Mountbatten goes up to the outside of Wild Lion. Wild Tiger puts it to Wild Tiger here, and Mountbatten leading a neck here. Wild Tiger trying. Mountbatten will do it. Mountbatten beats home Wild Tiger in a ding-dong go. Hawa Belady third. 2,000 metres the journey, and we are set to run. And we are racing. Everything got a fair start here. Sifting Stands, one of the first to show. Al Jadaf comes back under Connor Beasley here in the early stages and cruises up into at least the first half of the field. Simjangui Gadong's going to make his way across here at the post and will contest for the lead with Never Show Weakness, Aldous Huxley. They were followed by La Resh, Sifting Sands. Then came Senard Libya. Out in the running line is Al Jadaf, happy to race wide also. Street Mood was next from Go Soldier Go, and Ahusta Fiscal back to the rear as he likes to do. 14.36, 25.35 here, the early sections, as the Korean makes his way onto the back section, leading the field here. Simjangui Gadong out by 3 parts. Aldous Huxley second. Never Show Weakness, obliged to sit in behind the leader, but happy to take the cover for now is Tiger O'Shea. 3 wide and moving up to the lead here is Sifting Sands, but having to do a fair bit of work here out in the cheap seats. Senard Libya was next from La Resh. A length back to Al Jadaf, has been wide the trip. Street Mood sticks to the inside with Go Soldier Go, and Ahusta Fiscal is the whipper-innerer. So at the 900 metre mark, he's been ridden in reverse here this afternoon, and they're trying something new. Moon Si Young leading the way here on Simjangui Gadong, but he rolls off the fence here and Never Show Weakness decides to slide through once again, travelling the better at this point in time. He's still going okay here, Simjung Guigadong in second. Third, Eldest Huxley. Fourth on the running there was Senard Libya, being pressed along here by Andrew Slattery. Al Jadaf fifth. Go Soldier Go next from La Resh. Ahusta Fist Gale starts to make a run here from the back. Now third to last from Street Mood, and Sifting Sands drops out of it as Never Show Weakness puts up 4 lengths of them very, very quickly. Didn't corner too well, but comes back and balances up. Comes back underneath Ty Gaucher, and he's 5 lengths clear here now of Go Soldier Go. Senard Libya, Simjung Guigadong running back through the field now. He's thrown up the white flag as Never Show Weakness gets further and further in front. Never Show Weakness, a nice horse on the rise, and that is 3 on the bounce. The picket fence continues. Never Show Weakness in a hand canter. 6 lengths on the line. Go Soldier Go second. Senard Libya's run well into third. At the 1200 metres, the Dubai Trophy presented by DP World. Away. Starlust caught it well. Great Truth wasn't too shabby away. We'll get on the back of Starlust early. Ra Sass working forward. Zulu Chief into his forward spot. Being tracked by Frosted Dawn, by Conian. Now Great Truth about to 5th position. 7 Questions edging closer here on the near side part of the course. Salvuccio was next from Chandigarh and Bombay Bazaar. So past the 800 they go, and it is Zulu Chief, rated well up in front here by David Egan, leading the way by a length. Ra Sass next as they make their way down the centre of the course. Starlust third, followed by Frosted Dawn in behind them. 5th was 7 Questions, followed there by Myconian. Then came Chandigarh, Salvuccio and Bombay Bazaar last. Zulu Chief continuing on with it at the moment here. Frosted Dawn second. Starlust starting to level up here. Great Truth now given his head by Buick and starting to come for the leaders here. It's Frosted Dawn who takes over. Starlust second. Great Truth still with a length and a half to pick up. Frosted Dawn still going at the moment. Starlust can't get there at the moment from Great Truth. It's Frosted Dawn under Jim Crowley though. Frosted Dawn trying to stave off Great Truth. Great Truth nabs him. Great Truth on the line. Great Truth a half head beats home Frosted Dawn. Good win. And we are set to go in the Vizurabad Handicap presented by DP World Racing. Webinar leapt up in the air. He's missed it a shade, but shouldn't be too much of a concern. Beelines over to the rail and heads in behind Tides of War. So as they make their way down the back section past the 2200 metre mark, it is Al Nafir the leader. Military March burning across. Tides of War is going to let Al Nafir come across to the fence, and he'll take the spot back, one back on the inside, followed by Ruling Dynasty. Then came Global Heat. Scottish Anthem now third to last. Webinar tacks onto the back. He's second to last with Karaman. So 1900 metres left to go, 15.13, 26.71 the early sectionals. It's Al Nafir the leader, 2.5 lengths on Military March. A length back sees Tides of War on the running rail. In the 1-1 at the moment, Ruling Dynasty travelling along well, head dropped. From Global Heat, Scottish Anthem, Webinar and Karaman still last. There'll be 12 lengths top to tail as Al Nafir rolls them along at OK sectionals. The next couple have seemed to be pretty genuine here, and Mikhail Barcelona continues to roll here on Al Nafir. The margin now 5 lengths, leading the way from Military March. Tides of War third. Ruling Dynasty is happy to sit in behind Military March here at the moment in 4th as Al Nafir continues to roll. Global Heat next from Scottish Anthem. He'd spot the lead 10 lengths. Second to last was Webinar, and the last one Karaman. So the margin up in front now around 7 to 8 lengths as Al Nafir continues to press on. As they make their way off the back section, well, Al Nafir makes his way off the back section. The rest only start to turn now. Tides of War second. Military March third. Ruling Dynasty fourth, getting passed on the inside by Global Heat. And then came Scottish Anthem from Webinar and Karaman. So the margin back to about 6 or 7 lengths here as Al Nafir still rolling up in front here, and underneath Mikhail Barcelona at the moment, yet to be really felt for. Military March, can't say the same for him. He's being scrubbed along to try and chase the leader. Next was Tides of War. Ruling Dynasty peeled out now by Buick and starts to make a run at this leader from Webinar up on the inside. Scottish Anthem, Global Heat. Karaman hasn't passed a horse the entire way. Al Nafir starting to get on tired legs now here. Here comes Ruling Dynasty starting his run. Scottish Anthem trying to pick up and put him down late as well with Webinar. Ruling Dynasty in a couple of strides picks up Al Nafir. Ruling Dynasty draws away. It's a double for Buick and he's going to be eased down at the line. Ruling Dynasty wins by 2.5. Al Nafir second, Photo third. Set to go, 1200, and the starter hits the lever underway. Meshakal was fast off. Desert Safari boots through early now. Mr. Cafu is forced to go back now, being passed by, on the outside, Shanagai City. Working up there as well into a forward position was Al Abed, followed there by Mr. Cafu now into 5th. Then came Border Edge, followed by Al Muzan. He's one of the last ones with Many a Star, and also Silent Speech, who was slightly detached at the moment and may have missed the boat here as Desert Safari boots through the inside, leads Meshakal. Shanagai City 3rd and 3 deep at the moment from Al Abed. Mr. Cafu being pushed along now in between horses for Connor Beasley. Border Edge having to come right around them. Al Muzan next from Many a Star, and the last one, Silent Speech. Meshakal goes right on by his stablemate here. Meshakal coming into the straight here, leading now by 2.5 lengths. Mr. Cafu second, Al Abed. Desert Safari nowhere to be seen now, dropping away with Al Muzan, but it is Meshakal with the 62 kilos under Royston French, trying to stave off Mr. Cafu, who is picking up and putting him down here late. Meshakal a length. Mr. Cafu trying ever so hard, misses. Meshakal goes on to win, beats Mr. Cafu. Al Abed, the gate closed in behind, and they are under Shane Ryan's orders here for the final race. Race number 9, and we are underway. Warnice a little slow in the early stages. Intricacy goes back. Law of Nature is trying to get an inside run up the fence here, where Exciting Days and also Al Meydan start to make their way forward. Crossed over now by One World. Eye on the Prize is also in a forward spot as they come onto the course proper. Kafaf is in the first couple along with Active Wisdom. Reading back to Stormy Ocean, who's back into 6th position, spotting the lead 4 lengths. Al Meydan next from Warnice. Then came Great Deed, Intricacy. Law of Nature is second to last, and Sari Dubai sees them all. With 1,400 metres left to go, they go at moderate fractions. 14.63, 25.99. Kafaf not really lighting it up in front. He leads the way as well with Eye on the Prize, Active Wisdom, One World. Then came Exciting Days. Next came on the inside, Al Meydan working alongside Stormy Ocean. They were followed there next in turn as they make their way to the top turn. Warnice, he's deeper out, improving here under Jim Crowley. Sari Dubai followed from Great Deed. Intricacy riding for luck up on the inside, and Law of Nature for Safi Osborne is last of all and has to come past all of them. So 850 metres left to go here in the National Industries Park, presented by DP World. It's Eye on the Prize and Kafaf. They're about a long neck between each other there. On the outside, Warnice up to 3rd. One World gets the drop on them in behind. Exciting Days was next, followed by Sari Dubai. Stormy Ocean, Active Wisdom looks beat. Al Meydan sticks to the inside. Intricacy comes to the outer, along with Law of Nature. Great Deed is the last one. So as they come into the straight, 400 left to go. Kafaf now gets the measure here of Eye on the Prize, who continues to battle on. Warnice, a few tired horses in between. One World still looking for that run. Tygo Shayops the inside with Al Meydan. Then came Intricacy out wide. Intricacy picking up big time. Intricacy gets the measure here of Eye on the Prize late. Wants to lay in a little bit here in the late stages, but Intricacy's got them beat. Intricacy takes the last. Beats home Eye on the Prize. Photo 3rd.
here we are then. The Defender X Dynamic Maiden Stakes. It's for purebred Arabians. 1,200 metres the trip. Some housekeeping. You might have seen that number 9, Arfia, and 11, Ajayib Al Garbia, are both not going anymore at this late stage. A real shame that we can't replace them with reserves, but too late for that. So a field of 12 head to post. This is a fascinating contender for me. Arkan Al Wathba is a 5-year-old entire. He's got Bernardo Pinheiro up for Majid Al Jahuri and Al Wathba Racing, as you would expect given the name. And this was the combination that took the opener at Alain's all PA card yesterday evening. He's making his debut this evening. They're a powerful outfit, Al Wathba Racing, for the purebred Arabians. And Majid Al Jahuri, he's very successful in this sphere as well. A big prize in the Bani Yas in week 2 of the Dubai Racing Carnival as well. And Najim Al Wathba for these owners. This entire hasn't trialled in the build-up to this, so it'll be interesting to see what they can offer. And as I said, their winner at Al Ain last night, Qaza Al Wathba, he made light work of his rivals from the front to break his duck in the 2,000 metre maiden for purebred Arabians. Let's see who else we can pick up. Who's behind him? This is number 4. This is Chris de Faust, Sandro Pava, also in good form recently. Ibrahim Asil, the trainer. He wears blinkers, a tongue tie and the shadow roll. 2 runs so far. At least there was progression from first start to second start. That was his debut at Al Ain for him. Saw him out the back. He was beaten 34 3/4 lengths over 1,600. He switched the turf at Abu Dhabi. It was over the same trip and he was beaten 19 1/4. So there was progression, albeit slow steps at the moment for this Chris de Faust. I wondered if a drop back to 1,200. Actually, I thought it made a lot of sense given the pace that he showed to get up there and then the fact that he faded. And I thought using that experience from stall 6, he might be able to get the lead under Sandro. It's somewhat interesting if he can be at least prominent because of that experience. Behind him 5, this is Munafea, 5-year-old mare. Jules Maubian for Kaisa Boud, making her debut this evening as well, like a few of them in here. The Abuja, they've had a few winners this season. Al Ain, Sharjah, Abu Dhabi and Jebel Ali. No such luck at Meydan yet, 0 from 6 for the season. And this mare hasn't taken a trial in ahead of her debut, so it remains to be seen what she can offer. You'd imagine this whole experience will be very beneficial to her. 7 behind, just behind. This is Anne Mothal, Jesus Rosales for Ahmed Al-Niyadi. Couple of Ahmed Al-Niyadi owned and trained runners a little bit later on the card for the thoroughbreds. He's got a purebred Arabian in here. He's a debutant. He too hasn't trialled prior to this first trip to the track. He's drawn okay for it, I thought, in stall 8. If he can get out and not necessarily show them a clean pair of heels, but at least break on terms, that can be quite crucial because he can get behind, he can cop a lot of kickback. Jesus Rosales, he's got 1 win to his name for the season. That came at Al Ain back in October, so he'll be particularly keen to be getting on the board sooner rather than later, especially at the big show here at Meydan. Behind number 8, this is Malik Al-Iz, 4-year-old colt, Charlie Bennett for Jabbar Bitar. Combination in form at the moment. He's dropping markedly down in trip after finishing a midfield on his debut over 1,700. That came at Sharjah in early January. It was a creditable effort, I thought. Prominent, caught wide before fading in the final 400, hence the drop back in trip. He's one of a few in here who the drop back in trip might just do the trick with the prior experience that they've shown. He's going to need that early pace, especially from stall 13. If he can improve on that, I thought you could definitely see him involved though. So that is number 8. One I'd particularly like to see, who we haven't yet seen, is the other Al Wathba Racing participant, number 2. That is Asad Al Wathba. I wonder if he's just being saddled or... I can't see him at the moment. I'm sure Pat will be able to... Oh, there he is, as if by magic. The 5-year-old enter, Connor Beasley, riding for Ibrahim Al Hadrami, also Al Wathba Racing. He's making his debut this evening for the leading rider in the UAE, although things are starting to get a little bit closer, with Tiger Shea enjoying a fine evening at Al Ain last night. A treble, could have been a 4-timer, could have been a 5-timer if things had panned out differently. But Connor has an excellent chance on Asad Al Wathba. Al Wathba very strong in this event with their debutants if they can show and just a little bit because this standard set isn't exacting. All of that to find out in due course. Let's get up to the commentary box. I'm sure he took them 2 at a time, the stairs. Pat Comerford.
Thank you very much there, Anthony. Looking forward to tonight and the first race as well. As you mentioned, a couple of late withdrawals, which is a tad unfortunate, but good luck to all our participants nevertheless. And as you said, I think the 2 up the top for our Wathbar Racing across both of the stables look the 2 standout picks. We'll see them very shortly. Looks to be a great night of racing here as well. Beautiful Love potentially could be a nice standout for those as we get into the thoroughbred racing from race number 2. But overall, a really nice card of racing here as we celebrate Land Rover and the Defender, all thanks to Altair Motors here tonight for meeting number 11 from Meydan. We head into the yard very shortly. Well, we won't head into the parade ring here for the first of 9 races. Looking forward to the Defender X Dynamic. It's a maiden company race here over the 1200 metres for our purebred Arabians. First runner is number 1, and that is Arkan Al Wathbar. It looks a standout here despite being unraced. The 5-year-old Entire by Thaqif has his first race tonight. Bernardo Pinheiro jumps on board here for Majid Al-Jahuri, coming from a very good gate this evening. Should see him running a race on his debut performance. But not if his stablemate has anything to say about it. Asad Al-Wathbar, Connor Beasley for Ibrahim Al-Hadrami, does have to find a little bit of luck here from quite a wide draw here coming out of gate number 14. The 5-year-old Entire by Mahab has his first racing performance here tonight and also looks among the chances. Number 4 is Chris DeFost. Sandro Paiva will ride here for Ibrahim Asil. And Mr. Ziad Galadari, 2 starts and beaten a distance on both occasions at Al-Ain and Abu Dhabi. Steps out for the first race tonight at Meydan and would need to improve off previous runs. Number 5 is Al Munafea. Jules Mobian will do the riding for Kais Aboud and Mr. Khalid Khalifa Al Nabuda. Another mare who has a debut this evening. So amongst our unraced brigade here for race number 1 is AF Munafea. And will be one of the, if not the only mare in the race here. Quite a few fillies, but the only mare here contesting in the field. Number 6 is our next horse, ABS Batash. Gabriel Maloon will do the riding for Hamad Al Murrah down the track at Sharjah on debut. That was back on the 26th of November of last year, so has had a bit of time off the scene and has been freshened up for this second career start. Number 7 is AN Mothal. Jesus Rosales will do the riding for Ahmed Al Naedi and Mr. Ahmed Obaid Muhammad Al Naedi. 4-year-old colt here by Nashwan Al Khalidia, and another one who has its first career start this evening at Meydan. Malik Aliz is a horse we have seen before, but the stable is certainly one of intrigue. Dr. Jabba Batar being able to take out the last 2 of our purebred Arabian races here from Meydan.
And this is their only stable runner here for this evening. Drawn a little wide in 13, the 4-year-old colt by Mahab, but hopefully can make some improvement after that performance at Sharjah, where he was down the track on the 7th of January. Number 10 is AF Sahaba. Tygo Shea rides for Ernst Ortel, the first string runner here for the stable this evening. He has his debut run here this evening, does the filly here by AF Macias. And it looks one of the standouts here on the international market. .12 is Easy Lap. Ali Atiyah will claim the 2 kilos here to get down to 52 for Khalifa Al Naidi and Mr. Muhammad Salam Ali Al Afrit. 2 starts at Al-Ain and Abu Dhabi, and the best result was last start, 9th, beaten 12.75. .13 is Jap Ghazala. Royston French will ride for Irfan Alahi, who had some luck in the last couple of weeks. Beaten 10 1/4 on its debut at Meydan. That was on the 26th of November. In behind Nala Al Wathbar. So much like ABS Batash, has had a debut run but hasn't been seen for quite some time and has been freshened up. Comes into this off a break. And 14 is JR Layla, another 4-year-old filly in the event here. Oscar Chavez rides for Abdullah Al Shehi and Julfar Racing Syndicate. 1 start at Abu Dhabi, down the track, and was never likely on that occasion. Heads on to the dirt here for the first time in its career. That's our look at the runners here for race number 1. We do have H.A. Nashmi here as well, who is coming into the race now to make its way out here. Case Al-Basadi will ride here for Abdulaziz Daoud and the HA Syndicate. 2 starts and beaten a distance on both occasions. Would need to improve a significant margin to figure here. That's our look at the runners for race number 1 as they make their way down the race for the first event.
Ladies and gentlemen, take note to number 5 in AF Munafaya has been scratched here from race number 1. So the 5 is a withdrawal here from race number 1, AF Munafaya. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, take note. Number 5 is a withdrawal here from race number 1, AF Munafaya. AF Munafaya comes out. As a result, we do have a slight delay here to the runners making their way around to the gates. And as a result, we may expect a slight delay here to race number 1.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, time for the first best turned out of the evening for the X Dynamics, sponsored by Defender for Purebred Arabians. Presenting the best turned out on behalf of Zavil Fiz is Ragesh Putalatet. Thank you very much, sir, for giving the best turned out to Butawani Singh.
Stay with me, boys. Stay with me. Stay with me. Good. Good. Stay with me.
So runners making their way down to the start ahead of our slightly delayed opening contest. Some drama on the walkway. Number 5 has been withdrawn. Munafea, a late withdrawal to add to number 9 in here as well. Arfia will not be going, neither number 11, Ajayab Al-Garbia. So there is number 10 on the way to the start. That is the filly Sahaba, Tygo Shea for Ernst Dortel. And this filly very much testing Tygo Shea at the moment. Just playing around a little bit. She's a close-up 4th on her only appearance in a trial. That was over 1,000 metres up the hill at Jebel Ali. Now on that occasion, 4 pulled clear of the rest. They finished in a heap, which always does make you slightly suspect that it isn't the strongest of form. And the winner, Harsabab, has been soundly beaten in her 4 runs since. Now this filly, she might turn out to be a different proposition. Doesn't quite have a mind on the task at hand as it currently stands. She's drawn wide. She does need to show a bit to figure on her debut, but she could hardly be in better hands as it stands. Tygo Shea, the multiple-time champion jockey out here in the UAE, riding for Ernst Dortel, a big figure in the world of purebred Arabian racing. And the renowned jockey, as we've already discussed up at the pre-parade ring, was in rampant form at Al Ain. 3 winners, 2 places. He's on 31 winners for the season. That's 3 behind Connor Beasley and gathering some serious momentum. Nobody, well, he won't let his crown go, his champion jockey crown go without a fight. And it's shaping up to be a grandstand finish in the jockey's title out here in the UAE. This is my pick in here. Number 1, Arkan Al-Wathba. I think Pat Comerford's as well. Bernardo Pinheiro for Majid Al-Johari, representing those extremely familiar Al-Wathba racing colours. If you follow the purebred Arabian scene closely, and the Al-Johari stable are having a good time of things. They've had big race success in this purebred Arabian sphere. They've had plenty of winners all around the racecourses out here as well. Bernardo Pinheiro has really come of age over the last couple of seasons. You can always rely on him to do a job, and perhaps crucially as well, this 5-year-old on debut will be educated to the fullest. Arkan Al-Wathba on the international market, it's a similar price to stablemate Asad Al-Wathba as well. Connor Beasley taking the ride on there. Quite rare to see a 1,200 metre race of this calibre. And you just wonder, as we mentioned in the preview, myself and Pat, whether the horses who have experience will be able to use it, or will it be the debutants? Pat Comerford will call them home.
Thank you very much, Anthony. About to get underway here very shortly. We do go without the 5, the 9 and the 11, all withdrawn here, and the draws remain unchanged. So we go without a runner in 2, and we are set to go here at the 1,200 metres. Under starters orders, racing. JR Layla was away fast, Easy Lap, Jap Gazala, and also Asad Al Wathbar on the deep is trying to work forward along with AF Sahaba. Coming up through the inside now, just starting to get motoring here. Took a few strides to get going was Arkan Al Wathbar coming through to the front now. From next in turn, Krista Fost, who spots the lead 5 in 7th. ABS Batash was next as they make their way to the top turn. Followed by Malik Al-Ij, HA Sahaba, and the last one there in the running was An Mothal. So as they make their way down the side part of the course, it's Arkan Al Wathbar who takes over. Easy Lap to the outside provides company and pressure. 5 lengths to JR Layla, followed by Krista Fost, who's being sooled along out deeper. Then came ABS Batash, followed by Malik Al-Iz, who cuts the corner, passing Jap Gazala. Asad Al Wathbar not going well, either is AF Sahaba. As they come into the straight, it's Arkan Al Wathbar. Easy Lap with the weight advantage here, coming up to the outside of Arkan Al Wathbar, who has to fight. Arkan Al Wathbar at the 200 metres, puts another length here on Easy Lap. And Arkan Al Wathbar is going to draw away here in the late stages. Arkan Al Wathbar is going to win here by about 3 or 4 lengths on the line. Easy Lap was second. Krista Foster's running to third. ABS Batash fourth, just over Malik Al-Iz. A gap back to Asad Al Wathbar, followed by AF Sahaba. Then came JR Layla from HA Nashmi. Second to last, Jap Gazala, and An Mothal was the last one home. Took a little while to get going out of the gates. Didn't have as much speed, I guess, in the early stages compared to a few of the others, but the gap was there to shoot through, and that's exactly what Bernardo Pinheiro did on Arkan Al Wathbar, and utilising that inside draw was able to take the lead and never saw another horse again. Easy Lap did try to provide a little bit of pressure there with that about 6.5 kilo weight difference, but it was Arkan Al Wathbar whose class rose to the top on debut and is able to take out the first. Race 1 goes to number 1, Arkan Al Wathbar.
Quite the performance, wasn't it, from Arkan Al Wathbar? This 5-year-old in Tyre has made a successful winning debut, and in fine style as well, because he was up against the horse in Easy Lap, who, while the fact that this filly has left her previous form well behind, she was the one who had experience, and when it got down to a battle, it was very admirable that this horse knew exactly what to do. As we mentioned before, he had the right pilot on board, didn't he? Bernardo Pinheiro. And it was like a case of deja vu if you were watching the Alain card yesterday. He looked to be travelling strongly on the lead. Well, he might just run about a bit, which would intimate that there should be a little bit more to come off the back of this. It could hardly have gone better. From a low stall, watch stall 3, that's where our winner comes from. And Bernardo is going to make a beeline for the lead. He knows that's the best place to be. The track was riding particularly well for horses who wanted to be on the front end, as you would expect, for dirt racing. So Bernardo is not going to give that lead up if he can help it. He knows that good draw is absolutely essential to his horse's chances. That way he can also settle his horse in the lead and save something for the finishing kick. Number 12, Easy Lap, on what she'd shown so far, she was drawn right next in stall 4. The debut of a 1400 Alain, it didn't tell us much other than the fact that it was all a bit much for her, but she took a big step forward next time and has once again under Alaya TR. A really nice ride in second. And at this point, you are wondering if the international favourite was going to have a bit to do. But he's pulled out all the stops. Eye-catching run as well from one who had prior experience, Krista Faust. We wondered in the pre-parade ring whether Krista Faust might be able to leave the prior form well behind him. This 4-year-old colt has, and he is best of the rest. However, the front two are well clear. And it'll be very interesting to see exactly what happens when they both step back up in trip. That is a likelihood, in all honesty. There aren't too many of these 1200 metre races knocking about, and tougher tests will await. You would imagine, though, that given that Arkan Al Wathbar has been fairly sure he's been showing up well at home if he was able to go off international favourite, and arguably I think the narrow preferred choice of the two Al Wathbar horses in the market prior to this, then you fancy there should be a bundle more to come from him. Looking back for a few of the others. I will be interested to see what Christoph Faust is able to do, albeit was the drop back and trip very much to his liking, and was it the difference between him running a better race this time? But there he is. A winner at the first attempt, Bernardo Pinheiro for Majid Al-Johori and Al-Wathbar Racing. Arkan Al-Wathbar, a successful winning debutant.
Numbers in race number 1, the Defender, X-Dynamic, 1200 metres, 4-year-old and above for the purebred Arabians. Numbers across the line, 1, 12, 4 and 6. 1, 12, 4 and 6. Arkan Al-Wathbar, the winner, 122.07. Margins, 3 1/4 by 4 lengths, 1, 12, 4 and 6.
Hello, Miguel.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the first of 9 races, Arkan Al-Wathbar is off the mark at the first attempt. Please show your appreciation for our first winner of the evening of week 11 of the Dubai Racing Carnival, ridden by Bernardo Pinheiro, Arkan Al-Wathbar.
Nice, he'll improve with the distance. He's a bit lazy from the gates. I have to squeeze him. And when he beside the other horse, he wait. After he gets clear, he goes.
But in the gate, how he was?
He was okay, you know.
That's a 4th Dubai Racing Carnival win for jockey Bernardo Pinheiro, who is just giving the debrief as it stands to winning connections. It'll be fascinating to see exactly what Bernardo says about this horse. Bernardo, many congratulations. What I particularly liked is you knew exactly what you were doing from the gates. You weren't giving the lead up to anyone.
Thank you very much. You know, it's a horse that's running first time out. You know, he has been doing very well in the yard. You know, the guys told me, you know, all the congrats for them. You know, he's a horse for a first time running, 5 years old. In this track, never came here before. You know, we have to teach him. And he's used to be a bit hot in the gates, you know, in the training, thank God, you know. And also the guys on the gates did an amazing job. He went a bit late inside, was a bit hot, stepped back. He didn't have the speed from the gates. I have to squeeze him and have to thrash him, you know. I know what he can do, but he's still a big baby, you know. I believe he can improve from the run, you know, and go further in the distance as well.
What was particularly good as well is that the fact that you had a potential fight on your hands, but he responded in spades.
Yeah, exactly. As I said, you know, he just needs to learn, you know, his first time out. Squeeze from the gates, make him understand the pace, you know, take the lead once he take a brief in the turn. And when the other horse came beside, you know, I have to say he was a bit lazy, you know. That time I thought he was going to stop or give up, you know, but I start to move him early. Once he get the clear run without the other horses, he just ran home, you know. After, you know, in the last 200, when he saw the big screen first time, he scared a bit, he hangs out, but it was already clear in front. Just ran home well, you know. I believe he can improve from the run, you know. He's still a baby mind, first time out, yeah.
Well, if you can win while learning lessons, all the better for it. Well done.
Thank you very much, yeah. Cheers.
And that is correct weight. 1, 12, 4 and 6. Correct weight in race number 1. The Defender X Dynamic over the 1200 metres. Carnival Wathbar wins in 1:22.07. Margins 3 1/4 by 4 lengths. Correct weight, race 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I could alert your attention to the presentation podium for the presentation of the first of our 9 races, we welcome and thank Basil Asfari, the Senior Marketing Manager for Jaguar Land Rover and Altair Motors, to present the winning prize. And what a race it turned out to be. Carnival Wathbar scorching the dirt, and it's a very well done, with our congratulations and applause to Sultan Majid Al Johari.
Welcome into the parade for race number 2 on the card. We get set here for the Defender 130 for 175,000 dirham. Our first turf race for the evening over the 1600 metres. Now this is a race definitely favouring the Northern Hemisphere breds. Let's go through the horses up at the top who will cop some weight here, being Southern Hemisphere bred runners. And we start off with number 1 in Athen, who was very impressive last time out in behind Legend of Time, and the start before that as well over the 14 and 1600 metres. He has won 1 from 6 here in this event in his career so far, along with 3 minor placings. He's got a slightly wide draw here and comes into this off the rating of 96 with 62 kilograms. He is a class horse, but the weight is certainly against him here. He will have to be very good this evening. Number 2 is our next horse that we have a look at here, and that is Tahoku. He's a 3-year-old gelding by Astern. Connor Beasley rides here for Ahmed bin Hamash. 3 starts for 1 win. That came at Abu Dhabi on debut. He's yet to get within 10 lengths in his last 2 starts. Both runs he has come through the same race as Athen, and he carries a little bit more weight here this time as well. Again, conditions are against him coming into this race, but hopefully we can see Tahoku run a race nevertheless. Beautiful Love comes in off a rating of 89 after a very strong second, chasing down Cinderella's Dream there, getting within 2.75 lengths of the stablemate in the late stages. Up to a mile looks to be suitable. Charlie Appleby trains William Buick, his first ride of the night, and arguably his best ride of the night as well. The 3-year-old filly by Siuni gets a great chance to pick up a winner's check here, and on the international market is no spoils, the short price select and the horse to beat. Number 4, Acclaim to Royalty for Osama Rafai. Case Al-Basadi coming off a nice performance last night at Al Ain, picking up a couple of winners there. Also picking up his 50th winner as well for his career. So a big congratulations there to Case. As a result, though, his claim does go down to 1.5 kilograms. So he will only claim 1.5 here this evening. As a result, Acclaim to Royalty goes around here with 53.5. But we'll need every little bit of lack of weight as possible here, because the wide draw is a big concern considering the previous results here of Acclaim to Royalty. We'll need luck and we'll need to improve. Number 5 is Cabret. A bit of an unknown here coming into this. We have not seen this horse in the UAE as of yet. Won all-weather performance back on the 17th of October last year. Beaten a nose there under Mikhail Barcelona. That was in behind Tremaine in a novice. Bupat Sema now in the care here, and Andrew Slattery will do the riding on the 3-year-old son of Kingman, who has his 2nd career start and makes his UAE debut. Fast Violence was a little tardy last time out to the races, but a good educational experience nevertheless. That was over the 1900 metres on dirt. Drops back to the mile and onto the turf here. Saif Al-Balushi will ride for Ahmed bin Hamash, expecting a better performance. Tiger Shea rides Point Given here for Bupat Sema, and Mr. Saeed Suhail off a rating of 77 here as the 3-year-old colt by Blue Point, who is a 5-start maiden. He was very narrowly defeated by Tahoku 2 starts ago, who he faces here once again, beaten a half length there at Abu Dhabi. This horse has his first run of his career at Meydan, and the stable have done very well here at the track so far this season. Pat Cosgrave rides Primus Summer for Bupat Sema for the Burke family. 4 starts for a 3rd placing and has yet to impress. So confidence is
a little bit low here for Prima Summer. It would need to improve quite dramatically here to match it up against a few of these. Same can be said for what happens in Vegas. His run behind Shah Baby 2 starts ago at Jebel Ali was okay, but unfortunately the last start was a little tardy there as well. Hopefully the switch back to Meydan will see him improve on a flatter surface here. The 3-year-old gelding by New Bay, having his 7th start for his career. He's yet to run in the top 3. Number 10 is Ramza for Gabriel Maloon, and Ahmed bin Hamash carries the 53 kilograms here, has got a lightweight, but was down the track in his Meydan debut last start. And number 11 is Yamama. Sandro Paiva will ride here for Ismail Muhammad, 53 kilograms on debut, and draws the ace. That's our look at the runners for race number 2 here. The Defender 130 over the mile, all thanks to our sponsors, Altair Motors.
It's time for the best turned out of our second race and our first thoroughbred race of the evening. Tohoku has been given best turned out. Once again, Ragesh Putalat is back from Zabil Feeds. Thank you, sir, for your continued support of this event. And it goes to the winning groom, Alem Obed.
Oh, there's people cheering. That's enough.
There is one of the most interesting horses on the card, at least going forward, Beautiful Love, the 3-year-old filly. She does carry a winner's penalty for having won at Newmarket last summer. She's the only one in here to have taken in better company than this. That was enlisted level on very difficult conditions at the back end of last year in the UK. And there was a lot to like about her local debut as well. She was the less fancied on the international market of the 2 stablemates from the Charlie Appleby stable. Behind Cinderella's Dream, when second in the Jumeirah Fillies Classic in week 9, held up, unable to match the late flourish of the winner, but finishing off well in her own right. And given the ton of weight that she gets from our top weight in here, Athan, the 3-year-old colt, the Southern Hemisphere 3-year-old colt, don't forget that, because that is a key point, and that's why he has to give so much weight away. Beautiful Love, well, she's breaking from 4. She's relied upon to beat the boys for her dominant team. And William Buick, imperious with his choices. Well, not that he had to make a choice in here, did he? But Charlie Appleby and Godolphin, 17 winners apiece at the Dubai Racing Carnival so far. As we said, she gets a lot of weight from the top of Rathan. And to be honest, on what we've seen, she should win this if she runs up to form. I am fascinated to see how Athan gets on, though. He's making his 4th appearance at the Dubai Racing Carnival this season. He's improved with each start. 4th in week 2 over 1600, that was his Meydan debut. 3rd in week 5, dropped to 1400 in the Jumeirah Guineas trial, and 2nd in week 9, back up to 1600. And markedly up in class and best of the rest behind the very impressive legend of time in the Jumeirah Guineas proper. And this does represent something of an easier test in theory. His form solid, it has to be said. He's really hammering on the door for a win in the UAE. His sole win came back in Argentina at San Isidro, when with Luciano Ceruti, I should say. They have tried a few things with him, and Adri has a decision to make, because he has made the running before. He has sat midfield, that one week 9, made the running in week 5. And Adri does have options from stall 10. You'd fancy that this is a classic hold-up performer, but the way this turf course usually goes, the rail out being 8 metres, that would be a concern if he was to sit back and concede first run to a filly that he's giving plenty of weight to and has already shown herself to be a potentially extremely smart proposition. What about some of the others? Number 7, Point Given, Tygo Shea for Bhupat Seema in the colours of Side Sahel. Great to see these colours heading out onto the Meydan track, supported by some legendary jockeys for some brilliant horses internationally. This colt is going to need improvement, it's fair to say. He was 2nd to Tohoku, the best turned out at Abu Dhabi in December. He failed to build on that at Jebel Ali though, albeit that 1,000 metres, that looks sharp enough for him. And he steps up an additional 600 metres now, which poses its own potential problem, given his speedy pedigree. He's a son of Blue Point, after all. He's the choice of stable jockey Tygo Shea. He surely has better to show, but he will need to show it. I wouldn't be convinced that 1600 will see him to absolute best effect. Sometimes you've just got to put them in there and see what happens, though. Good to see them taking the risk. Number 5, Cabrit. I think this horse could run quite well. Maybe fill the 3rd position on what we've seen. Andrew Slattery for Bhupat Seema in the colours of Nasser Asker, making his debut for Bhupat. He only had the 1 start for Francis-Henri Graffard and Juddmonte in France. It was a good run too. 2nd at Lyon-le-Soir in October over 1,800 metres on the all-weather. Now he was upgraded from 3rd to 2nd, given that the winner was disqualified. That was 4 months ago. He's been off since. He's just starting back now. So you do fancy he'll come on for the run. He's not the choice of stable jockey Tygo Shea either. Ty doesn't always choose correctly. I mean, he chose Al Maroom in the race that saw Andrew Slattery break his Carnival Duck back in week 6 aboard Border Edge for Bhupat. Even so, you'd fancy he'll need to show plenty more to figure, but I don't think a decent show is out of the question whatsoever. And I'm very interested to see what he can do. He seems cool, calm and collected. The filly, the 3-year-old filly, Yamama, does not. Sandro Pava, Ismail Mohammed, just showing a few signs of temperament. She's making her debut in tough enough company tonight. Massar filly out of an acclamation mare. Ismail did train the Dam, who won 4 times between 1400, 1500 and 1600. So it looks a good spot for her to start in terms of the trip, that the class might be a problem. And I'm just worried about her being drawn on the rail as well for an inexperienced type. That's asking a fair amount to break on terms and then not display keenness and get potentially crowded by more experienced types. And that is reflected in her position on the international markets. Loading has begun. As we've seen, it was good to see the 3-year-old filly Yamama go in, and hopefully she's keeping cool, calm and collected. One of the most interesting races on the night, probably more Pat Comerford, with a bearing on races to come, not just this season, but in the future in the UAE.
Certainly is, Anthony. Thank you very much. And they are starting to fill the stalls very quickly. Yamama just taking a little bit of time there towards the inside. Was the filly by Massar, but has loaded away now. Up comes Acclaim to Royalty. Completing the line, and we are setting off immediately. In the Defender 130, conditions over the mile, and Cabrit was away very fast. Breaking well also was Fast Violence to Hoku. After all that, Yamama's going to find itself third, and in behind, just reefing and tearing a little bit as they try to slacken it up in front here. Working through was What Happens in Vegas, up into a forward position, followed by Beautiful Love, who's in the running line and has a bit of space to its outside for William Buick. Then came next in turn there, back in the field was Ramza from Prima Summer, point given. Athan was second to last, and the last one was Acclaim to Royalty. So 14.09, 25.37. Andrew Slattery did try and slacken it there a little bit, but the outside horses weren't having it, and they've clicked it right back up as they make it way down the side, leading 3 parts of a length here. What Happens in Vegas second. Tahoku 3 wide and third, followed by Yamama, who is still keen but getting a very nice run in behind the leader. Fast Violence was next. Beautiful Love only spots the lead 5. 3.5 lengths back, sees into about 7th position. There was Athan from Point Given, Prima Summer, Acclaim to Royalty, and Ramza's dropped out to the end as they come past the 400 metres, and Cabret is asked for here by Slattery up in front. Leads 2.5 lengths. Tahoku. Beautiful Love is doing it very easy on the outside here and starts to pick up the leader with ease. Beautiful Love puts 2, 3, 4 lengths on them very, very quickly, and this was track work here. This is Beautiful Love's great performance here, the 3-year-old filly by Siuni. She has really shown her stuff here tonight. It is Beautiful Love by 5. Athan second, Tahoku third, and fourth to Cabret, who stuck on to find itself in the final spot of the quartet. Then came Yamama from Acclaim to Royalty, point given. Ramza was the next one across there with What Happens in Vegas, Fast Violence, and Prima Summer, the last one home. She was just better than them tonight here, wasn't she? Beautiful Love, the 3-year-old filly by Siuni, Charlie Appleby and William Buick, off the rating of 89 no longer. She'll get a few points for that, won't she? The daughter of Siuni came from a good gate and never gave them a sniff there in the final stages of the race. Stops the clock, 136.53. In the Defender 130 over the 1600 metres. Unofficial numbers, 3, 1, 2 and 5. 3, 1, 2 and 5. Beautiful Love, your winner.
We've got a smart one on our hands. Beautiful Love, and just after Valentine's Day as well. How fitting. And the way she went through that race and the way she picked up as well. She is one in the style of a very promising type going forward. Yes, she was entitled to give Athan a beating of this kind of calibre, especially with the weight concession that the Southern Hemisphere 3-year-old colt was having to give away. But how impressive was she? It'll be fascinating to see exactly how she's campaigned, if not for the rest of the season, if we see her again in the UAE, but where exactly she takes ranking Godolphin's 3-year-olds for the season ahead in Europe and potentially classics, because yes, she's going to have to improve markedly, but she has shown pattern form already. Cinderella's Dream was in front of her last time. You'd fancy she's paid a handsome compliment to there, and in a race she was very much entitled to win on what we saw. She has delivered in spades. Perhaps classic talk just a little bit premature, but it's hard not to get carried away when you see a performance of that kind of ease. She doesn't seem like the finished article either. Only second up for the season, having only had 1 prior appearance. That day she stayed on from the back and couldn't match her stablemate in terms of turn of foot, or finishing kick at least, but what a way for Godolphin to kick off their weekend. There's big business across the Gulf in Qatar tomorrow. Mischief Magic and the Dukan Sprint, Rebels Romance in the big one over 1.5 miles. And it's the perfect way to start. Beautiful Love, very, very impressive. Athan has run with a lot of credit under Adria de Vries, and Tahoku rounding off the 3.
Numbers here in race number 2, 3, 1, 2 and 5. Beautiful Love gets the win, 136.53 the winner's time. Numbers 3, 1, 2 and 5, race 2.
William.
Sorry.
I've just got an inkling that this is bound to get a raucous applause as this filly heads towards the winner's enclosure. For the first time in the UAE, Beautiful Love grabs the 1 spot. Charlie Appleby, Godolphin, and William Buick, the rider. That's win number 17 at the 2023-24 Dubai Racing Carnival for William Buick. It's a very familiar sight, and I'm interested to hear exactly your perspective of that performance, William. How was that?
Yeah, she's a very nice filly, and you know, when she ran over 7 last time, it was always going to be sharper, and you can see today, I know they went a strong pace for the grade of the race, but you know, she's a filly who'll appreciate stepping up in trip again to 1 1/4, so she's still improving, and you know, I think she's a filly that could sort of be seen in some nice company at home, hopefully.
Always the plan to sit back like last time?
No, she jumps a bit slow, and the pace was on, so I was happy where we were after sort of 50 or 100 yards.
Just very quickly, your thoughts of your mount in the feature a bit later.
Yeah, he had no run the last day, and you know, between High Bank First Sight and Imperial Emperor, it's very hard to split them, and it's a competitive race. So you know, everything is there for them today. The trip's right. It's whoever gets the run.
Well done.
Thank you.
And correct weight is given in race number 2 here, the Defender 130 over the 1600 metres. 3, 1, 2 and 5. 3, 1, 2 and 5. Correct weight, Beautiful Love, your winner, 136.53. Margins 6 lengths by 2.5 lengths. Correct weight, race 2.
Time for the presentation of our second race on the card. It was won by Beautiful Love in a very impressive performance. Representing Altair Motors, the Senior Vice President and After Sales, Mr. Boulos Massoud. Thank you, sir, for giving the prize to our winning connections, representing Godolphin, Maktoum Sultan Al Sabusi. Yes, the screen doesn't lie. After race 2, it's time for our first faces at the races. 500 dirham up for grabs. Yes, sir, you see it. You exactly. Point to the screen. Let everyone in the restaurant know that you could win 500 dirhams. All you have to do is give your best smile. Best smile, teeth out, maybe a wave to the camera. You look unsure, sir. I'm not sure it's going to work out. Let's move back on the table and let's see who our cameraman Saranga has chosen to win 500 dirhams, which you can claim at level 1 in the reward centre at Concourse B. We have a winner, the first of 4 faces at the races. It's you, madam. Head to the reward centre, level 1 at Concourse B for your prize.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the parade here for race number 3. It is the Defender 130 outbound edition, a maiden over the 1600 metres on the dirt. Plenty of horses to get through here for this upcoming race, so let's get straight into it with our first horse, one of 2 runners here for the stable in the race, and that is Chief Scribe. Now, jockey says Jules Mobian, so we'll see if he will take part or not. We'll get that confirmed for you very shortly. 57 kilograms here, and was 6.5 lengths off Meydan last time to the races. That was on the 2nd of February this year. He's a 5-year-old gelding by Frankel. He draws the ace for this evening's race. Number 2 is Express Route for Omar Salas. Rashid Borsley with 2 runners in the race as well. This one's the 7-year-old gelding by Quality Road. He's a 10-start maiden coming into this with the 4 minor placings to his name. Down the track last start at Jebel Ali, beaten 15 lengths, and was seen here at Meydan at the end of 2022 last time out. That was back in November. Then he was down the track there on that occasion too. So he comes into this race tonight, 2nd up off a long break. Number 3, Izaj, Connor Beasley for Ahmed bin Hamash, drawn a little wide here. 4 placings from 11 starts, and looking for that win here tonight. Contested over the 1600 metres on turf last time out. When 6.5 lengths in behind Condor Passer. That was last Friday night on the quick backup. Frosty Wind makes his long-awaited debut. The 4-year-old colt by West Coast. Marcelino Rodriguez claims his full 3 here, down to 54 kilos for Elise Jean and My Racehorse Dubai. Best of luck to Connections. Five is Kai Fan for Salam bin Gadaya. Royston French will ride off the rating of 61. 6-year-old gelding by Frosted. We've seen him at Jebel Ali basically all season. He was 3rd, beaten 12 lengths by El Introvertido last time to the races at the back end of January. He has his first run here at Meydan this season. So far, the 2 placings from 10 starts. Tygo Shea will ride Mesut Tinto. My apologies, we're heading to the 7. Alia Tiar will ride the 7, Mount Marcy for Khalifa Al Nayedi. 22 starts for 4 placings. And he will claim off this runner as well, his 2.5 kilograms. So down to 54.5 for the 7-year-old Entire by Mulhara. He drops in distance here after contesting 2,000 metres at Elaine last start. Number 8, Nature Watch for William Buick and Charlie Appleby, looking for an early double on the program. He's had the 2 runs so far at both Wolverhampton and Lingfield on the all-weather tracks. Last seen up the track on the 13th of December last year. So coming into it for his first run this year, also his first run here in the UAE and on the dirt surface as well. So a few question marks here for the Godolphin runner. Nayar's been knocking on the door for a win here. Comes into this off a rating of 80. 57 kilos for Pat Dobbs and Doug Watson. Draws a good gate. 4 seconds from 8 starts. He certainly has been knocking on the door for a win, and last 3 starts have led to seconds. So hopefully he can go one better this evening for Doug Watson and Mr. Virbav Shah. Number 10, Oasis Moon, draws a little sticky here for Bernardo Pinheiro and Masaba Al-Mahiri. Comes out of that race in behind Sakara King as well at Elaine over the 2,000 metres and drops in distance here for tonight's run. "11, Special Cigar, Saif Al-Balushi for Rashid Borsley. Drawn wide here for its 5th career start. Hasn't run better than 8th in his career so far, so would need to improve on those runs to be figuring in the top 3. 13 is Yas for Doug Watson, and Oscar Chavez, 2 starts and was beaten 20.5 lengths there, running 13 last start. Again, would need to rise up on previous performances. "14 is Shinya. Richard Mullen will ride here for Bhupad Seema, and Mr. Ali Haddad has run second here 2 starts ago and behind Shahama. That was on the 1st of January 2022. In his return run to the track at Jebel Ali in late Jan was down the track behind Elusive Terry. But I'd say we'll appreciate the switch back here to Meydan this evening. So take note as well, as to be expected, Jules Mobian will not be taking part in the race here. He has been replaced by Gabriel Maloon, who will partner Chief Scribe here in race number 3.
It's time for the 3rd best turned out of the evening, and it's gone the way of a horse we've seen plenty. Nayar, number 9, judged to be best turned out. Ragesh Putalat from Zabil Feeds is back for more, and this time he's handing the prize over to the winning group, Babu Singh.
Look, this is too good, guys. Too good. I'm definitely going to win an Oscar tonight. Thank you so much. Thank you.
There is a fascinating contender here. Dirt debut for number 8, Nature Watch. Yes, we're used to seeing Godolphin, William Buick and Charlie Appleby rip up races here at the Dubai Racing Carnival, but they're usually on the turf. This is the dirt. It's a fascinating new dimension for this horse, who so far has run twice back in Europe, back in the UK to be exact. He hasn't had much racing. The same can't be said for plenty in here. We've got some long-standing maidens, some of whom just need that one opportunity just to get them off the mark. You've got a 0 from 20 type, who of course is going to be my pick in here, Mezzo Tinto. I'm a big fan of this horse because I'm sure there's one in him. Tygo O'Shea, the UAE multiple champion jockey, up for Bhupat Seemar. He's got a high rating in the context of that. Number 70, he's got a rating of 77. For context, Nature Watch, who you're seeing on the big screen there, has a rating of 75 already, gained after just 2 runs. It's the dirt debut, back down in trip to 1600. It's an interesting move. It's a very winnable contest, and I can see why he would be popular with plenty in here, not just for his colours, but his profile as well. It's not to say it doesn't happen occasionally, but the vast majority of Charlie's runners are, of course, grass and grass only. But this gelding might just be a bit different. The pedigree is completely American. Curlin, a champion in his own country, out of a distorted humour mare. A fine broodmare sire is distorted humour. And crucially, both of them, they love their dirt racing. So Nature Watch, a very interesting contender. What about the claims of the best turned out? Nayar. Pat Dobbs for Doug Watson. If he stays 1600, I thought he'd be very hard to beat in this, to be honest, despite the fact he's 0 from 8. And he's got the Pat Comerford seal of approval, if you were watching our preview earlier. I have slight concern about whether he'll stay. His dam is a half to an 1800 metre winner. His sire Munnings, though, is more of a speed influence. Now, that being said, breeding is not everything, and the way this colt's been hitting the line suggests that 1600 is at least worth a go. He has been plugging on. If you can see out this extra 200 metres, stepping up from 1400 when we last saw him in week 6, he's got a golden opportunity for me. He's been second the last 3 times. The latter 2 have been narrow defeats, 3/4 of a length over 1200 and 1400 in week 6. He's had a month off, a new trip for him. It'll be fascinating to see how he takes to it from a good berth in stall 4. Clearly, I couldn't wait to chew anyone's ear off about talking about Mezzo Tinto. Tygo O'Shea, I felt this is a good opportunity for him. My concerns are the trip and also stall 12 have to be a concern. It feels like a horse that everything needs to go right for. The single piece of form that stands out, though, is when he only found his stablemate never show weakness. He's been one of the stories of the Dubai Racing Carnival, now rated 105. He was only 3 3/4 lengths behind him. So that single piece of form for me is an absolute standout in this company. And if he was 0 from 7, I'd think you'd think he'd be a certainty. One reason or another, though, he's just not managed that elusive win. And the concern is that he's had 20 opportunities. That has to be it. There are horses who haven't had as many opportunities, who it's going to fall right for them, so why not them? I think Mezzo Tinto, if he can negate that wide draw, get a good position, thought he might be able to cling on. We will see. Number 3 in here. This is Ezaj. Conor Beasley up for Ahmad bin Hamash. 0 from 11, placed 4 times though, and he looks to have been found a really good opportunity to get off the mark. You feel yourself saying this about a lot of them, and it's just whose night it's going to be. There are plenty of variables in here, not least draw. Ezaj, another one who's not brilliantly drawn, stall 10. He does need to bounce back from running out of the frame when he was sent off the international favourite in a maiden over course and distance last week. The undeniable fact, though, is that his best is good enough to take a race of this nature. He went very close over 1600 at Alain in December. He was a head second to Law of Nature, who we'll see a little bit later on. That's number 4, Frosty Wind. For Elise John, Marcelino Rodriguez claiming the 7. And he's making a belated debut at the age of 4 and is just a tad edgy. But thankfully, I think he's gone into stall 2. As we noted before, that low draw for a debutant can be a blessing or a curse if you're not forward enough to take it. A few more about to head into line. And there is the best turned out. And a well-fancied horse in Nayar. We've seen plenty of him. I remember seeing him in week 3 when I thought he was a good thing that day. It wasn't to be. And he still hasn't got his head in front. Could this be the evening? It's up to Pat Comerford for an intriguing 1600-metre maiden on the dirt.
Thank you very much, Anthony, and only a few more to come forward. And once again, a big thank you very much to, I guess, one of UAE's great encyclopedias of UAE racing and all things stats, Suleiman Altaf, who's been able to tell us that it's been 765 days since Godolphin has won on the dirt here at Meydan. So doesn't happen very often, and we'll see whether or not this form so far this season can continue on to the inside surface. Set to go. Ever away. Yas was slow. Nature Watch wasn't too shabby away, but will have to work early here as well. And Buick probably 2 lengths behind where he wanted to be here in the field. Mezzatinto out fast. Naya was next. Then came Izage. Oasis Moon using all of the track here to come up to the outside and keep the speed genuine. Shinya was following them. Special Cigar was next, wide with a back from Mount Marcy, Kaifan, Chief Scribe Express route. Nature Watch is third to last in running. Second to last, tacking on to the back there, Frosty Wind, and Yas is the whipper-innerer. At the 1,000 metres, 14.12, 25.32 is the first early clocks as the speed continues out wide here from Oasis Moon. Mezzatinto second off the fence. Nayar's holding them all off there at bay at the moment. From Special Cigar, Izage, then came Shinya. Those 6 break away from Kaifan, who spots the lead 7 in about 7th position. From Mount Marcy, Nature Watch getting further and further back here as Express Route, Chief Scribe, Frosty Wind all come in front of him, and Yas is second to last. Nature Watch out of the contest as they come into the straight here, and it is Nayar and Mezzatinto. I here at this point in time. Izage out to the centre part of the course to try and track them down. Shinya in behind them. Nayar gives a kick up on the fence, hasn't gone around a horse. Izage battles on the outside. Nayar a little wayward here in the straight here, but Izage is into second, and Nayar is holding him at bay. Nayar drawing away here for Dobbs and Watson, and Nayar will take the third by a length and a half. Izage second, Mezzatinto third, Shinya fourth. Then a gap back to Oasis Moon, Special Cigar, Kaifan, Express Route, Mount Marcy, Chief Scribe and Frosty Wind. They came across the line together. Second to last was Yas, and Nature Watch maybe back to the turf here for him. A little bit tardy out at the start, but nevertheless, maybe the grass will be a preferred surface. Nayar, that is a very well-deserved victory. 3 seconds, his last 3 runs has been knocking on the door for a victory. Ran into Mr. Carfu last time down in non-winners company, went back up to proven grade and ran second there to Border Edge. He stayed out the 1600 metres tonight. The distance was the query, and he certainly ate up the 8 furlongs here this evening. Nayar, a well-deserved win, and I don't think we'll see a more deserved winner tonight. 9, 3, 6 and 14 here in the third.
Yeah, he's had a proper fight on his hands, hasn't he, Pat Dobbs and Nayar? And as you say, Pat, the question mark had to be the distance. But if you ever want a great indication that a horse is going to stay, put him in a battle over that distance. And once again, Nayar has battled on, but this time he is able to get his head in front. Izage, a valiant effort in defeat. Mezzatinto the same, especially given the wide draw that the latter had. Nayar from stall 4 had a very good opportunity to grab the lead. Mezzatinto wanted it under Tygo Shea. It wasn't to be, with the better drawn Nayar holding him out and not wanting to cut each other's throats. They didn't go absolutely mad. The big disappointment has to be the Godolphin Nature Watch. First time on the dirt, he hasn't looked like he's enjoyed it much at any stage of the race, and it's back to the drawing board, whether you go for another opportunity on the dirt or whether you draw stumps immediately, because he was eased off the moment it was quite clear that it just wasn't happening for him on this surface. That can happen. Horses can be bred for all sorts of different disciplines. It doesn't mean in practice that they're going to be able to show exactly what they can do. Shinya has run an eye-catching race. Now that's particularly interesting for a 5-year-old mare, because getting to the track proved tricky for her, so it's great to see that she's had a really good run at things. She's finished just on the heels of some pretty solid yardsticks at this kind of level. But tonight, it was the night for Naya, off the mark at the 9th attempt.
Unofficial numbers in race number 3, the Defender 130 outbound edition over the 1600 metres, brought to you by Altair Motors. 9, 3, 6 and 14. Naya gets the win, 138.43. Margins 1.5 by a half length. 9, 3, 6, 14. Race 3.
Good job, Pat.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you welcome back in a horse who has finally got off the mark. It looked a good opportunity, and it was grabbed with all 4 hooves by Naya under Patrick Dobbs.
Don't listen to them.
That's win number 5 for Pat Dobbs at the Dubai Racing Carnival. And imagine this one gives you satisfaction, Pat, because he'd been banging at the door.
Yeah, he's been crying out for a mile. I think he's bred to sprint. Doug was adamant he was a sprinter, but he was getting to the line well over 6 and the same last day over 7, so this was a perfect race for him. There was a month in between. He was freshening him up and he won well in the end.
And with that kind of confidence that he would get the additional 200 metres, and with a draw in 4, there was only one place you were going to go, and that was the lead.
Yeah, I didn't want to get stuck behind 1, 2 and 3, so I wanted to go forward and see where we land, but he actually over-raced a little bit tonight. He was a little bit fresh, but he saw out the mile well, and I think he's getting better with age, so hopefully he can still keep improving.
Good to have options going forward as well?
Yeah, he's very straightforward. I think Jebel Ali or here doesn't really matter. very
done.
genuine. Thanks.
Well done.
And that's correct weight in the third here, 9, 3, 6 and 14. Your numbers, 9, 3, 6 and 14. Naya, your winner, 138.43. Margins 1.5 by a half length. 9, 3, 6, 14, correct weight.
It's time for the presentation of our third race, a 1600 metre maiden on the dirt, and it was won by Naya. Giving the prize away is Mrs. Mona Hassan Sadoun, the Vice President of Customer Experience and Marketing from Altair Motors. Thank you very much, Mrs. Sadoun, for your continued support of these fine events here at Meydan, courtesy of Altair Motors. Representing Winning Connections, a big round of applause for Sanjay Chowdhury. And we have one further presentation to give away, because earlier this month Altair Motors sponsored a car giveaway. Now the winner couldn't be presented to it on this night, but we can now proudly present it via Mrs. Sadoun, who remains on the stage. Congratulations to Lynn Julie Johnston. Well, we thought we'd make the trip up to the pre-parade ring just to have a look at how one particular horse was taking the prelims, because Olympic Candle is making his UAE debut and he is very much the X factor in this race on his return. He's 2 from 3. He's the only 3-year-old in the lineup. It's also his 3-year-old debut, and he's representing the team that, as we mentioned earlier in our preview, myself and Pat Comerford, Saeed bin Sarul must be scratching his head thinking, what do I have to do to get a winner at this year's Dubai Racing Carnival? Well, this horse has a fine chance. I thought Richie Mullin in the saddle, and what we've seen so far from him is a bit of versatility. Broke his duck at the second attempt. That was under Sheen Murphy at Ascot over a stiff 1400, but he also showed he has a few gears too. When he won a valuable novice on a flatter 1200 metres that Kempton offers, which was also under a penalty. Now, not exactly sure of his condition as it currently stands, and he's getting a fair warm-up in the box. But I think everyone here is hoping that unless you've sided with another horse, if you're a neutral coming into this, you're hoping that he wins and wins impressively, because he could be the fabled group horse in a handicap. An opening mark of 88, that's a start-off point. And the yard, don't forget, they went very close last week, while Tiger not quite able to justify his favouritism on the international market, but coming within half a length of a first victory for the stable for the Carnival. I think he'll come on for it, but I think it'll be fascinating to see how he gets on, especially from stall 4, and the Red Hood has been employed. He's still a young enough horse, isn't he? We're only in the 2nd month of the calendar year, so he, until very recently, was still a juvenile. And he's just being eased into things at the moment. Some of these horses have been out here for quite some time. They're all taking the parade, pre-parade at least, all in their stride. We will see exactly how they manage to do that when they're down in the parade ring proper, but he was the horse I really wanted to have a quick look at, because he's exciting, because these are the types of horses that you're hoping can kick on and find themselves in bigger and better races. I'm not exactly sure what it would lead to, was he to win here, but I'd imagine a campaign back in Europe, and he is well entered up in some lofty contests. He's on the far side there. We'll have an even closer look at him with Pat Comerford in the paddock, as horses are starting to file out one by one ahead of an intriguing handicap on the turf.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back into the parade here for race number 4. A big field of 16, so we're going to whip through these here for the Defender 110X. All thanks to Altair Motors. Number 1 is Bay of Honor. Tiger O'Shea will ride for Bupat Seema, Mr. Muhammad Khalil Ahmed. 3 from 13, beaten a distance last time out at Meydan, didn't go to plan. He's had a bit of unluck, a bit of bad luck his last 3 starts, and he's, I think, on paper, got a good run this preparation in his grasp. Will it be here, though, with 62 kilos off the rating of 90? He comes in as equal top rated for the event. Joining him at 90 is number 2, and that is Changing Colours, who was impressive to win on speed last time out. They let him go by a big margin, and he was able to lead all the way over the 1400 metres, the same distance he faces here this evening. He draws 6. You'd say he'll be up in the first couple, but will he be given as much patience up in front and be left alone by the rest of the field as much as they did last time? I'd say not. 3 is Jamara Bay for Sam Hitchcock, also off 90 with the 62 kilos for Doug Watson and Al Camder Racing. Last start was at Abu Dhabi, his last 2 starts at Abu Dhabi, running 5th and 6th respectively there. Last start beaten 8 1/4 by Nibras Passion in a 75 to 95. He finds a slightly easier contest, but here at Meydan, you'd say, even though it's a little bit lower in grade, it's probably a similar race that he strikes here tonight. Open Mind's going to need some luck from 16. Charlie Bennett rides off the rating of 90, 62 kilos for the son of Cable Bay. He's a 3-time winner with 7 minor placings from 19 starts, but yet to really make an impression so far in his recent runs at Meydan. Number 7, Mutamasik. Marcelino Rodriguez claims 3 here, getting the runner down to 58.5. He's an 8-year-old gelding by Dabawi for Mohammed Ramadan, and he was last seen over a sprint trip, and he steps up to 1400 metres, up 400 metres here this evening, but does drop back from listed company. This looks easier. Number 8 is Marinda. Connor Beasley for Ahmed bin Hamash was in behind Maiden Dubai by 5 1/4 lengths in a similar race over a little bit longer of a trip. He drops back to 1400 metres this time around and draws a middle alley. McManaman gets an inside draw here for Doug Watson, Patrick Dobbs and Gary Allsop and partner. The stable and rider looking for a race-to-race double here, and should get all favours from the inside draw if able to utilise that draw there. Up to 1400 metres last start, was beaten 5 3/4 lengths in behind Mysterious Night in a stronger race. Molacab was making good ground in behind Changing Colours late in the race and was really eating into that margin in the late stages. Ben Cohen rides once again here for Michael Costa. And looking for the 2nd win tonight here at career start number 7. So far, 1 win and 3 minors from those 6 starts. Hector Crouch will partner Tiger Crusade here, the 7-year-old son of Polyglot for David Simcock. He's been over here quite a while, but has yet to race. Last racing at Christmas time at Kempton Park on the all-weather there, where he was a length off Chipstead there, running 3rd on the all-weather surface. He steps up to the 1400 and onto the turf here for this evening's event. Mutiny will get Pat Cosgrave here for John Hyde and Shadwell. Drawn a little sticky out in 14. Will need some luck. Andreas Vesalius, much like Mutiny, will be turning a bend this time around, out from 1200 to 1400 metres and heads over from Jebel Ali back to Meydan here. He was behind Mojaya last time out, but did contest Maiden Company here against Colour Up on the dirt 3 starts ago, where he was down the track on that occasion. He has visited Meydan this season, but it is his first run on the turf here for the current season. Silent Defence will need to improve on that last run in behind Mountbatten. It was a similar grade of race and he was down the track. Barrier 15 makes it very tough as well. Number 15 is Worko. He's already out on the course, the 6-year-old son of Kingman, back from Group 3 company there at Meydan, where he was in behind Muhib. It looks an easier task, but at the same time hasn't been racing to his best. '16 Olympic Candle, Richard Mullen for Saeed bin Saror and Godolphin. 2 from 3 heading into today's race, and won 2 races under very separate circumstances and different sorts of tracks as well. Ascot on the turf and Kempton Park on the all-weather. He comes here for his UAE debut, and the conditions of the race sees him very well weighted off a rating of 88. 17 Cloudbridge gets a run here with the scratching of Wild Lion. Oscar Chavez will ride for Ahmed Al-Shamaili, and will need to improve dramatically on those previous starts. Has been beaten a distance his last few. So Tamawi will be the last one that we do have a look at. Andrew Slattery we saw heading up the race there earlier on to go and meet the horse at the pre-parade. That was for Heather Main, and well, Tamawi makes his way out here now. The son of Invincible Spirit, he's drawn a little sticky here and was beaten away by Mischief Magic last start. He heads out to Turner Bend for the first time here at Meydan. His last 2 runs have been down the straight 6. That's our look at the runners here for race number 4. Runners heading to post.
Time for the best turned out of race 4. It went to Mutani, who was really well turned out. He looked an absolute picture, just like a wonderful grandstand here at Meydan, which you'll be able to see. Oh, there it is. Fantastic. Grandstand, horse, both looks fantastic. And the best turned out groom, Khalil Ahmed, presented the prize by, once again, Ragesh Putalat.
Handshake, boys. Come on. Handshake. Good job, boys.
And runners are making their way down to the start ahead of our next race. This is a really interesting handicap. There's a few in here I'm really looking forward to seeing. Olympic Candle, you heard about my thoughts up at the pre-parade ring. Tiger Crusade, also a fascinating contender in the context of this race, because I'm more used to seeing him on the all-weather winter circuit in the UK, usually in slightly, not necessarily lower grade races, but races that aren't worth as much money as he's racing for tonight, Tiger Crusade. And I find his presence out here fascinating. I wondered if Connections might have tried this sooner, but it's great that we have him now. And he could be a contender in here, there's no doubt about it. That was Olympic Candle. And this is Molokab. 4-year-old colt, Ben Cohen for Michael Costa and Jebel Ali Stables. Still going great guns, Jebel Ali Stables. And this colt is unexposed. It's just the 7th run of his life and only the 3rd for his powerhouse Connections. Perhaps crucially, there was big improvement from his stable debut at Jebel Ali over 1200 to his run behind Changing Colours over course and distance here. Now, he was the best of the rest and he was well clear of the eventual 3rd. Handicap didn't have their eyes shut, unfortunately. He's been whacked up £3 for that good display, but he's meeting the front running and making all Changing Colours on very different terms tonight. £5 better terms, in fact. And there's surely more to come from him. I could very much see why you put him in your pick 7. And what about number 9, McManaman, Pat Dobbs for Doug Watson. Trainer and jockey looking for a quick far double after Nair took our previous race. Now, this gelding he's only won once from 21 starts. Sole win did come over course and distance though in the Maiden at the back end of 2021. His level of form hasn't been too bad since then, even though he hasn't added to his tally. He's 4th in the 2023 listed Dubai Sprint. That was a great bit of form, albeit that he was on soft ground and those conditions can be hard to handle for a few of them. He seemed to go through them fine, but he does act on quick ground as well. I thought he has a decent chance from a low draw, and he's down to £1.88 in this. He's been in the frame for all 3 starts. A solid level of form for the Carnival thus far this year without winning. Number 2, well, I'm expecting Changing Colours to be the pace in the race. He certainly was last time, and everything clicked out of the blue in week 6. It was a low-key debut over 1,000 metres at Jebel Ali. Well, that was left in the dust with a shock at a huge price on the international markets in a course and distance handicap in this grade. He did have the run of the race, there's no denying about that. He used his rail draw to best effect. They left him alone and he said, see you later. Such is his cruising speed, I am a little surprised that they haven't tried the dirt with him for his next start. However, there's a good opportunity and a valuable handicap to try and win here. He's £8 higher, that would be a slight concern, but you've got to run them when they're in form. And Changing Colours under Sandra Pava for Musaba Al-Maheri would have a decent chance in here. Not as kindly drawn as he was last time. He was drawn the ace last time. He's drawn stall 6, but I still fancied that he'd probably be the one to lead. Number 8 in here is Marinda Conor-Beasley for Ahmad bin Hamash. Lightly raced gelding. He's only had the 6 starts in 3 seasons of racing. He started out for Joël Boinard in France. He won at Chantilly over 1600 on Polytrack, and he's run respectably in 3 starts for Ahmad bin Hamash. He's dropped £1.88. He drops back to a 1400 metre trip. He never improved from midfield on his return, but he's very likely to strip fitter for that. And it's interesting that we maybe haven't seen all he can do yet, which isn't the same for plenty of these in here. So we're starting to load. There's some unexposed horses in here, none more than number 16 Olympic Candle, looking to give Said bin Saror a first win at the 2023-2024 Carnival. Looking forward to seeing how Tiger Crusade gets on, as well as number 5 Tan Marwi, Andrew Slattery for Heather Main. He doesn't arrive in too much form, of course, but he just might need everything to drop right. But it's not out of the question in these competitive handicaps. Results can happen out of the blue. Well, it certainly did for Changing Colours last time, didn't it? And his mark has dropped £8 since the beginning of his UAE adventure. He's now off 90 and into, in theory, an easier race. Well, number 16 Olympic Candle, just having a little think and a little pushback. Remember, this is just the 4th run of his career. Richie Mullen, no better person to have and try and educate a horse who might turn out to just be a little bit better than Handicap company, but he's got to go do it. We will see in the company of Pat Comerford.
Thank you very much, Anthony Dunkley. Looking forward to this upcoming race, and as you said, Olympic Candle is the interesting element to the race. 2 from 3 heading over here. 2 good wins under Oisin Murphy at Ascot and Kempton Park on the all-weather last start. And the conditions of the race certainly put this Colts by Profitable up to his neck in it. As Tan Maui comes up into line, barrier blanket applied, and he will be the last to load away. 16 runners here, set to go. At the 1400, we are away. Cloudbridge stood there, missed it 3 lengths, going back with Andreas Vesalius, open mind. Working through now, Olympic Candle on the inside, was about 5th last away. Changing colours from 6 is going to go up and find his usual forward position. Tan Maui shows speed the outside, heading around the corner for the first time this season. A little keen on the outside in 2nd. From Mutamasik in 3rd, McManaman 4th, and Open Mind is out deeper. Charlie Bennett pushing the button to keep the pace very, very honest here along with these 2 leaders. Then came Tiger Crusade from Worko. In between runners, Bay of Honour, then Mollicab along with Jumeirah Bay. They work in similar colours next to each other along with Silent Defence out deeper. Then Mutiny, back was Olympic Candle, already dropping the steel here with Andreas Vesalius. Then came Marinda, followed by Cloudbridge. That's your order. And they come past the 500 metres, and the speed has been good. Changing colours. Tan Maui 2nd. McManaman comes off their backs in 3rd, looking very ominous. Olympic Candle well back, very, very much out of the picture here. Open Mind starting to paddle. Tiger Crusade down the outside. Silent Defence starts to work into it. McManaman had the drop on them there at the turn, though. McManaman going up to the outside of Changing Colours, who's not over and done with, continuing to fight here. McManaman from Changing Colours. McManaman down to the line, though. Dobbs and Watson pick up a double. McManaman does it well, beats Changing Colours. Photo 3rd, Andreas Vesalius just over Jumeirah Bay. Then came Silent Defence. He caught the eye there late. Open Mind, Tan Maui was next from Marinda. Then came Mollicab. Olympic Candle nowhere to be seen, was off the chewy from the 600. Bay of Honour was next from Tiger Crusade. Back to Worko, Mutiny, then Mutamasik, and Cloudbridge after the tardy start was back in the field and never in it. McManaman, far from disgrace last time out in an 85 to 105 in behind Mysterious Night. From 2 with the speed coming up there from Changing Colours. He was able to find a spot there, won back the fence, and the pace was good enough for him to get the drop on them. And when they really split there up in the front and the 2 broke away, Patrick Dobbs eased him out to the middle part of the course there around the 2 leaders, and he was too good with that conserved energy that he had from the middle stages of the run. Changing Colours has gone on to stick on very well, only going down a length. Andreas Vesalius has run out of his skin, and Jumeirah Bay comes into 4th position off that marker 90 with the 62 kilos. 9, 2, 13 and 3 your numbers here in race number 4. McManaman, too good.
Well, McManaman has broken back through. 1 from 21 coming into this. He's now made that 2 from 22. Both of the wins coming over course, the same course and distance. And a cool ride from Pat Dobbs. That looked pretty straightforward. He had the box seat, he had a good pace to aim at. They didn't hang around for all that they didn't go mad, and the presence of Changing Colours late on really gives credence to the fact that I think this was run at an even tempo. Tan Maui's run a really respectable race down into this kind of grade, and has just faded out of it late, perhaps paying for having to use a bit of petrol to get over from a wide stall. Andreas Vesalius has run a really good race under Adrian Ivry, staying on, as has Jumeirah Bay for Sam Hitchcock. McManaman, though, he doesn't have a great win record, but it's steadily improving. Doubles for Dobbs and Watson in 2 races.
Numbers in race number 4, the Defender 110X, brought to you by Altyre Motors. 9, 2, 13 and 3, McManaman, the winner. Winner's time 1:22.90, 9:2, 13.3, your numbers.
Good job, Pat.
Thank you.
Well done, mate.
We're welcoming back into the winners' enclosure for only the second time in his career out in the UAE. McManaman has taken the 1400 metre handicap. It's a double for Doug Watson and it's a double for the jockey Pat Dobbs. It's a sense of deja vu. We just spoke to Pat Dobbs after Nayar had got off the mark. McManaman back in the winners' enclosure, Pat. Are we just going to pose for a quick photo? Winning connections. Congratulations, Gary Alsop, as well. Pat, tell me how it worked.
Yeah, he settled down a lot as he got older. He used to be a little bit edgy, so he used to miss the break a little bit and get a little bit warmer to start, but as he's getting older, he's getting more mature, so he was one of the first in. He stood like a lamb, he jumped very good. The low draw is very important for him, so he can just track the pace. I thought there I got a bit soon on him, but 7 is his ideal trip and he had a nice run around.
Good even fractions as well?
Yeah, I thought they were going quick enough early, but it was an honest run race, so I wouldn't say there's any excuses.
He's a very consistent type. He just looked like he was crying out for the right opportunity. Do you think he can kick on from this?
Right trip, yeah. I think he started off over 5 and 6. Because there was no races for him. It's hard to find races for him because he's obviously not quite up the listed class, and handicaps are hard to find with him. So it seems like tonight that he's improving. So Doug has done it before. He improved at 6 and 7. So I don't see no reason why he can't back it up.
Well done.
Thank you.
And correct weight has been given here. Correct weight 9, 2, 13 and 3. 9, 2, 13, 3. Correct weight, race number 4. McManaman the winner, 122.90 the time. Margins 1 length by 3.5 lengths. 9, 2, 13 and 3. Correct weight, race 4.
Time for the presentation of the Defender 110X Handicap. Once again, we welcome to the stage the Vice President, Customer Experience and Marketing of Altair Motors, Mrs. Mona Hassan Sadoun. Thank you very much, madam, for giving the prize away to an owner I'm sure is elated, I should say, to have a winner here at Meydan at the Dubai Racing Carnival. Congratulations to the owner of McManaman, Gary Alsop. It's that time of the night, the second of 4 faces at the races. All you need to do, your biggest smile, please. Cheering, screaming if not. As long as you put on your biggest smile. No, not leaning against your hand. Big smiles, thumbs up. Okay, things are getting promising. I like the waving and I like the effort. Hello, hang on a minute. I think we might have found a clear winner, but it's not up to me. It's up to our cameraman, Asanga. And just when you thought we'd won, we have. It's you, madam. Concourse B is where you're heading. 500 dirhams. She did it, Gary Alsop.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the parade for race number 5 on the program. It is the Defender 110 County Edition over the 2200 metres. The Defender 110 County Edition brought to you by Altyre Motors, a field of 16 to contest here in race number 5. Let's head to horse number 2, Dubai Vision. Ahmed bin Hamash does the training. Saif El Balushi will ride 62 kilograms here off a rating of 75. He's a one-time winner from 7 starts. He comes into this being beaten a distance last time out in behind Watch My 6. The son of Medaglia Dioro steps out for career start number 8 tonight. Number 3 is Lion's Mane. Connor Beasley will ride also for Ahmed bin Hamash, who has multiple runners here. One-time winner from 11 starts with 6 minor placings. Last seen at Jebel Ali. He makes his return back to Meydan here and looks one of the major hopes in the race here, going off previous form. We head to number 4, Golden Arch. Doug Watson does the training here and Pat Dobbs will do the riding. Gary Allsop and partner also looking for back-to-back winners after McManaman took out the 4th event. They saddle up Golden Arch here, the 5-year-old son of Blame, having his 12th career start. Number 5 is Solar Science, Richard Mullen for Muhammad Mardood. He's a one-time winner from 7 starts. Last seen at Abu Dhabi, 4th in behind Energetic. That was in a 0 to 75. He finds a tougher race here this evening. Number 6 is Aldasia, the 5-year-old entire by Warfront for Kays El Basaidi and Mosaba Al Maheri. Draws 16, which is going to make it very tough for him this evening. And he comes back to Meydan for the first time since the 5th of January this year. 7 is El Warith for Javier Ziani and Salam bin Gadaya. He's a 7-start maiden with 2 minor placings to his name here. Beaten a distance by Cosmic Desert last start at Jebel Ali. He'll appreciate the return here to a flatter surface. Number 8 is Mortini for Adri de Vries and Marwan Al Badai. He's at a 2nd from 4 starts. That came here at Meydan in December of 2022. He has had only 1 start so far this season. He was down the track there in behind Imperial Empire. He will be fitter for this, 2nd up. 10 is Baputo. Bupat Seema and Tygo Shea combined for Rijak Racing. 1 win from 8 starts and would need to improve on his recent events. Number 11 is Miller's House. Oscar Chavez for Rashid Borsley, a one-time winner from 21 starts. He was beaten a distance in the 10th of February. Was in behind Macfowl. And the 7-year-old gelding by Moonings gets an inside draw for tonight's event. This looks a little easier than what he's been facing, but he would need to improve. Bernardo Pinheiro saddles up with Ahmed Al Naidi here on Daniyan, the 9-year-old entire, having his 51st start here. One of the more experienced runners, last seen at Elaine in behind Sakara King, beaten 5 1/4 lengths. 13, Flame Talon draws the ace for Salam bin Gadaya, and Jose Santiago will do the riding, having his 20th start this evening. He's yet to break through for a win and has been down the track his last 2 at Jebel Ali. Number 14 is Military Option, the 3-year-old colt by Mittal. Gabriel Maloon will ride for Fauzi Nas. He was in behind My Honor last time out there at Jebel Ali. Returns here to Meydan, where he has been a little bit disappointing in his last couple of runs here. '15 is Rama. He's one of our next horses to have a look at here. Sandro Paiva will ride at the lightweight for Ismail Muhammad. Beaten 16 lengths last time out, running 13th at Abu Dhabi. He has his first ever run here at the Meydan track. Number 16, Untold Secret, the oldest of the field. 12 years old here. Royston French rides the son of Shamadal for Salam bin Gadaya. 78 starts. He's a 9-time winner, but hasn't seen the winner's circle in quite a while, but hasn't been running too bad at all. His last 4 runs have been top 4 finishes. Number 1, a Hestabero for Pat Cosgrave. Beaten a short head on the turf last time out. The dirt makes it a little bit questionable. He has been a horse that hasn't done his best work on this surface, but hopefully he can take plenty of confidence out of the last start second. And number 9, Bosphorus, Andrew Slattery for Bupat Seema, our final horse, the one-time winner with 5 minor placings from 17 starts, in behind Sakara King running second. Last time out at Elaine, he returns to Meydan. That's our runners for race number 5 here over the 2,200 metres. The Defender 110 County Edition for 165,000 dirham.
It is time for the best turned out ahead of our next race. Military Option number 14 has been judged by Iftikhar Hussain, manager and operations of Zabil Field, to be the best turned out. Now, I always say start them young, and this budding new cameraman clearly fits the bill. Congratulations as well to our groomer number 14, Kara Hussain. So runners heading down to the 2200 metre start. And a very open contest in front of us. This is very much a specialist kind of trip. Not every horse who stays 2,000 metres will get the extra 200. And incidentally, if you're a mile-and-a-half specialist or a 2,400 metre specialist, as we say and in the UAE racing, then there's no guarantee that that sharper test is going to suit either. This is military option. The horse that Iftikhar Hussain, manager in operations as the field, decided was the best turned out. He does look well. He comes into this with an interesting profile as well. He's 0 from 4, but he has intimated that he's capable of better. Adri de Vries usually would be expected to ride these, but this is a much lower weight than Adri is used to doing. 8 stone 5 for this 3-year-old colt, getting lots of weight for age. He gets 23 pounds from the 5-year-olds and elder. So Gabriel Maloon takes the ride. And judging by the last 12 months, this is about as low as Gabriel will want to go as well. Sometimes it's worth it to do these low weights for good winning opportunities. A military option clearly is unexposed and probably worth a try at this far. It's an interesting step up because Isai Matoli was a sprinter in America who just about got the 1,600 metres at a push, but the downside is a bit more of a stamina influence. And it will be very interesting to see how he gets on. To give you an idea of the weight for age scale, he's a 73 rated colt running off 3 pounds lower than his nearest rival in the race card, Flame Talon, who has to give him 3 pounds, but is rated 15 pounds inferior. That probably tells you everything you need to know about the decent weight the military option has in the terms of this race. Number 3, Lion's Mane, is my idea of the winner. I think the choice of Connor Beasley is usually worth following him, and his only win from 11 starts came for André Fabre at Le Mans in October 2022. His 3 runs out here really have shown promise, especially his fine effort behind the excellent Never Show Weakness 2 starts back in week 5. He was second, not beat too far, and clear of the remainder, he beat a solid yardstick that evening in Branwell, who is very much a specialist over this 2,200 metre trip around here. I thought the drop back to 1,600, it didn't really work last time. I thought stepping up to this kind of test would very much suit him, and I like his chance in here. I think he should perform with a lot more hope than he did last time over a more suitable kind of test for Ahmad bin Hamash. Number 1, Hester Barrow, Pat Cosgrave for Ismail Mohammed. He's won twice from 19 starts. Neither came in the UAE. They came in France when he was with André Fabre and actually ran in the Godolphin Blue back in 2018 and 2019. He's back on the dirt after a really good performance over 2,400 metres here on the turf. Went down a short head to Webinar. But the dirt record, it looks a real problem, to be honest, at least for me. I think he's undoubtedly better on turf. His best finishing position over this course and distance was 5th. He was beaten 8 1/4 lengths over course and distance in December. And unless he has a dramatic turnaround, I don't really see him changing it. I just would have real concerns that this kind of surface doesn't bring the best out of him. I think there were definitely more races to win with him. I just don't think the specific conditions of the race and the surface suit him very well, for all that he arrives in excellent form. Number 9, Bosphorus, well, he turns up in decent form as well. Andrew Slattery taking the ride for Bhupat Seemar. Yes, he's 1 from 17, and that win actually came here over 1,200 metres back in February 2022. Remarkable, given he placed literally double that distance later that calendar year. He placed over 2,400 metres. He's drawn wide. There's a reason to believe he might have a bit more to offer. Now switch to the dirt. He really kicked into gear and chased home Sakara King at Alain earlier this month. He was ran out of things late, but he stuck to the task to hold second. He is going to need to improve, and a wide draw does complicate matters. But at least he arrives here in form, and maybe he gets the breaks. So the loading process is, well, we're around about halfway through it in an extremely open race. Thought one of the trickier ones of the card. I'd like to see Lion's Mane fulfil his potential, but you could really name about 5 or 6 who on their form coming into this have to throw their hat in the ring for win purposes, and plenty who should give their running, but will it just be good enough in a race over this specialist kind of trip? We will see in the company of Pat Comerford.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Looking forward to this event here, 2,200 metres and plenty of horses here, as you mentioned. Certainly looking forward to that return winner here. There's a couple that have probably been a little bit to the wayside when it comes to breaking through and finding themselves in the winner's circle, and they get an opportunity here tonight. Plenty of winning hopes, along with our feature race coming up next as well. Another open event as they continue to load forward here. Hestabero, very impressive last time out in behind Webinar. And we'll see whether or not he's able to bounce back here and get his first dirt victory. We're set to go here at the 2,200 metres, and we are underway. Flame Talon broke well from the inside. Hestabero was fast out here and wants a forward position as well. Untold Secret, Lion's Mane, and also Military Option working up and working into a forward position as they come past the furlong peg on the first occasion. Mortini out deeper was just hanging in a little bit here and got a little bit covered up over Lion's Mane, but is running up into 4th position here now. Untold Secret sticks in behind them. Followed next in turn by Bosphorus and Maputo. Then came Golden Arch, Solar Science. Miller's House was next, followed by Dubai Vision, Aldasia. Second last was Daniyan, along with Rawa, and Al Warith is the last one. So early sectionals, 14.65, 25.65. Flame Talon has clapped it on a little bit here as he makes his way out past the 1,400 by 3 parts of a length on a Hestabero. Military Option third, Untold Secret shuts off to the inside in 4th. The Old Boy travelling along well. A length and a half to Lion's Mane, half a length back to Bosphorus. From Miller's House, Izage, Maputo 3 wide at this point with cover. Then came Daniyan, who slid up a few pairs up on the rail. Then came Rama from Golden Arch. Next was Solar Science, Aldasia, Al Warith, and the last one, Mortini. So down the back they go, 950 metres left to travel, and the pace is pretty sedate now. Flame Talon comes back to Hestabero, leading a half length. Military Option third, Untold Secret 4th, and Lion's Mane was 5th. Up around them now, Bosphorus into 6th position, being sooled along with Miller's House. These few couple might be a little bit in trouble here because they are off the bit and chasing here and coming back into the laps of a few others. Then came Dubai Vision, Daniyan, followed by Rama, Maputo. Al Warith was third to last, followed there next in turn by Aldasia. Golden Arch dropping out of it, Solar Science and Mortini. Into the straight they come, and Military Option comes up to the outside of Lion's Mane. Hestabero there as well. Those 3 are fighting it out with Untold Secret. Down the outside, Bosphorus along with Miller's House. Up in front, it's a good go here. Lion's Mane starting to challenge on the outside here of Military Option. Hestabero sticking on. Military Option, Lion's Mane. Hestabero still fighting on the running rail. It's Lion's Mane, Military Option. Lion's Mane with a long neck in front. Now a half, now 3/4, now a length. Lion's Mane gets the win. Lion's Mane for Beasley beats home Military Option. Third across a Hestabero. 4th was Daniyan. Then came Untold Secret, Bosphorus. Dubai Vision was next from Al Warith. Then came Aldasia, followed by Rama. Crossing over next was Miller's House, followed by Golden Arch, Mortini, Solar Science, Flame Talon, and Maputo, the last one to cross over. Lion's Mane breaks through here for a well-deserved win. Win 2 at start 12 here now for Ahmed bin Hamash. He had multiple runners in the race. Second and third have run very well in their own rights. Military Option had his chance to win and certainly was brave. Hestabero will pick up his first ever top 3 placing on the dirt after that very impressive second placing last time out on the turf. He's racing very well and a win not too far away, but it is all Lion's Mane in 2:20.58 here in race number 5 on the program.
Lion's Mane, more like heart of a lion. He's had to have that tenacity, Lion's Mane, to get the better of the better weighted Military Option. He's run his heart out. At Hestabero, well, that's a career best on the dirt for him. He's proven that in the right scenario, he can be more than competitive in a race of this nature. But placement, very much key in this race. You had to be on the front end or you weren't going to be involved. And they've served up the finish of the night so far. Just when you thought Military Option under Gabriel Maloon was going to provide him with a Carnival winner. Connor Beasley has been doing what Connor's been doing all UAE season. He's just been getting the job done. And Connor Beasley is impressed tenfold. He rides everything, he rides in all types of races, and he had some adversity to overcome because Lion's Mane ducked violently in behind Military Option, but he straightened him back up. And he said, no, we're winning this. And Lion's Mane, in the end, has proved a willing partner. Clearly, Connections were expecting better Military Option in this spot. It's come to fruition. A Hester Barrow, a lot to like about that, and a running on performance under Bernardo Pinera from Denyan. There'll be better to come from him. Great to see the old boy Untold Secret still able to show some zest as well. He was well placed, if good enough, but maybe just a little bit far off the pace. And he's getting on in years. It won't be long before he's sent into forced retirement, because you can't race over the age of 12 in the UAE. You can start the season as a 12-year-old, but at the end of that season, that's it. So he's got one more season left. There's a race in him for sure, but there's plenty more, I think, in Lion's Mane. And he's seen out this test really well. He was expected to. Last time was an inadequate trip over 1600, and a step up to 2200 metres has very much been what the doctor ordered. Lion's Mane has shown great tenacity in the finish.
Guys, just a little. Sway. Hey. Good job, Connor. Well done, mate.
Lion's Mane walks back into the winners' enclosure for the first time in the UAE, backing up a win in France when trained by Andre Fabre. He's with Ahmad bin Hamash now, and he was ridden by Connor Beasley. It's a 7th win at the Dubai Racing Carnival for the leading UAE jockey.
Numbers here in race number 5, 3, 14, 1 and 12. 3, 14, 1 and 12. Lion's Mane the winner here in race number 5. By my reckoning, that's 35 winners for the season in the UAE for Connor Beasley. He's really ripping this season apart. And Connor, I'll walk back with you. That must have given you a lot of pleasure, rated it perfectly.
Yeah, definitely. To be honest, He's ran a couple of good races, and we thought going to Jebel Ali the last time, we thought we'd maybe just suit him, but it obviously didn't. So coming back here today, we're quietly confident, and he's a lovely big horse. He showed us plenty on the morning time, so we knew he had the ability coming into today, and glad he's shown his true ability and gone and done the job nicely.
This kind of test very much suited him.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we just went a nice honest gallop, and he travelled well in behind them, and he just took a bit of stoking up really. But once I got him in top gear, he galloped all the way through the line, and I was pleased.
35 for the season out here in the UAE. Are you pinching yourself at this point?
Things are going great. Obviously got good team behind me. Things are going great, so hopefully it continues.
Well done.
Thank you.
Thanks, Time for the presentation of our next race, and what a race it was. Great finish to the evening, the best of the night so far. We welcome, please, the Finance Director of Jaguar Land Rover Middle East and North Africa, Miss Nadine Abu Ghali, to present the prizes to 3 young gentlemen who will be going up onto the stage. On behalf of Connections, put your hands together for Maktoum Sultan Al Sabusi, Hamdan bin Hamash and Mohammed bin Hamash.
And welcome into the parade here for the Lord Glitters Handicap, presented by Altair Motors here for 210,000 dirham. Race number 6 on the program here, and we head to our first horse in Highbank. One of 4 runners here for Godolphin. Richard Mullen will ride here off the rating of 103. The son of Kingman has had 2 wins and 5 minor placings from his 9 starts to date, and was 5 lengths off Uzo, running 4th in his first run here back in Meydan. Number 2 is Good Fortune. Ben Cohen will ride here for Soren Jensen. And the Dane here has his second run at Meydan here. He was also in that run in behind Uzo. Now, probably would have preferred a little bit of a more softer surface here, the 6-year-old gelding, but nevertheless, you'd say he would have taken plenty from that run and be looking for an improved performance here if he can navigate the path from a wide draw and find a bit of luck in running. Number 3 is Uzo for Jamie Osborne. Safi Osborne to do the riding here, who partnered him to a dead heat win 2 starts ago at Ascot. He was a first up winner here at Meydan, going on to win by half a length there in a 90 and above. Strikes a similar race here. Just will need the runs to come there in the final stages, but definitely a winning hope off his last start win. So we lose the 4 and the 5, they come out. We head to number 7 in Silent Film for Ian Williams, and Sam Hitchcock will do the riding here for Fitchery Hay. Was second to Uzo there last time out. Doesn't get any benefits or luck from the draw of 15. We'll need a fair bit of luck there for the 5-time winner, but going off that, what we've seen so far is certainly a winning hope here if the runs and luck does come in the race. Number 8 is All the King's Men. We saw him go okay, all things considering, in behind Mysterious Night there in his first run here in Dubai. He came here with that good all-weather form. He was in an 80 to 105 last time out as well, beaten 7.5 lengths. You'd say he will improve off that performance. Again, another one with a little bit of a sticky draw in 14. Laser Show will be partnered here by Tygo O'Shea for Syed bin Saror. Gate number 10 here for Godolphin, the 4-time winner with a second to his name here as well. He was in behind Uzo there, running 8, beaten 13.5 lengths. Would need to improve. First Sight's drawn a little sticky as well, the son of Dabawi. William Buick will ride here for Charlie Appleby. Not too much luck in running there. It was a pretty cluttered finish, and didn't really get every possible to really finish off the way that he wanted to there in behind Royal Dubai, where he was beaten 7 lengths running 10th. Should improve off that performance. Drawn a little sticky though. Same can be said for his stablemate in Imperial Emperor, who's the widest of them all. Drawn 16 of 16. Royston French will do the riding here off the rating of 95. He's lightly raced though, 5 starts, 2 wins and a 3rd placing. And in that first start here at Meydan, he did find himself in the top 3 off that lightweight, getting beaten by Uzo by 2 lengths. Number 12 is Zaman, Saif al-Balushi for Ahmed bin Hamash. He's had the 5 wins and the 10 minor placings from 39 starts. We haven't seen him so far this season here. He's been racing at Abu Dhabi and Jebel Ali for his last 3 starts, including a win and a 2nd placing there as well. Hopefully we'll see him translate some of that form here to Meydan this evening. Ursa Minor was a second to Royal Dubai on the 2nd of Feb, beaten 2 lengths on that occasion. Connor Beasley jumps on board for Ahmed bin Hamash and Mr. Hamdan Hamash. He's drawn a middle alley there in 9 in this field of 16, the 7-year-old gelding, for his 21st career start. King of Time draws an inside gate here for Oscar Chavez, riding for Simon and Ed Crisford and Horseracing, who had a great weekend last time out last weekend. And well, King of Time hopefully can kick off their weekend here as well. He's 3 from 6, but yet to get on the board here at Meydan with 2 fifths so far. $15, Mount Tambora. He'll find this a little bit easier than the Group 3 he contested last time out. Down the track in behind Warren Point. It was a big jump from the Maiden that he won 2 starts ago, where he went around at a very short quote on the international market. He comes back into a handicap here. This looks a little easier of a task, but he still will need to be good. And Laser Guided unfortunately scratched out the gates last start. He did go back to the barriers and do a bit of education, and well, Andrew Slattery jumps on board this evening, hopefully able to, if he gets into the race, going off his run last start with William Buick on board in behind Franz Kafka, he could be in the finish. So we've still got Naxos to have a look at. And we'll get around to him very, very shortly here. He will be the final horse that we will have a look at. The other one of George Bowie's pair here. And making his way into the walkway now, out to the track, is our final horse coming out a little late, and that is Naxos. Or Alisal Bloodstock, and Patrick Dobbs will do the riding here for George Bowie. The son of Saxon Warrior has his 10th career start here and hasn't really hit the ground running yet. 2 7s so far in Dubai, but hoping to find a bit more of luck and obviously a better performance here in his 3rd run in the country. That's our look at the runners here for race number 6, our feature, the Lord Glitters Handicap, brought to you by Altyre Motors, our wonderful sponsors of tonight's event here. We are on our way to the post.
It's time for the best turned out for the Lord Glitters Handicap, and our Danish friends have provided good fortune. We love an international at the Dubai Racing Carnival, especially when they're turned out like him. Congratulations to Bom Singh, who has taken home the prize, presented by Iftikhar Hussain from Zabil Field. Thank you to both participants.
Good job, guys. Boom. Best turned out.
Best turned out winning 650 dirham. There's 210,000 dirham on the line here in prize money. Just about half of that goes to the winner. Just a little bit more as it stands. And it's a really interesting race. You've got some solid contenders in here. I'm sticking my colours to Uzo. I think there's more to come from him over this kind of trip. He placed 3 times last year at the Dubai Racing Carnival, and he broke through last time. It will be a great result for Safi Osborne, a jockey who is back on running for Father Jamie, for a syndicate where her mother is involved as well. You would fancy it would be the fairy tale story, at least of this week, if not the entire carnival, were they able to do it. So what claims? I think pretty good, to be honest. I just wonder about the setup of the race. Is it going to be absolutely ideal for Uzo? If he gets a good pace to aim at, he has more than a good chance in here. It would be hard to see him out of the frame, and he showed he certainly win last time as well. It was great to see him in that kind of form, and you'd imagine, as ever, he'll be played fast and late. The quicker they go, the better. The really interesting contender, if he behaves himself down at the start, and seemingly so far so good, is Laser Guided. Andrew Slattery running for Simon and Ed Crisford. Connections, they have a couple in here, and connections as well, the trainers who had a winner last week, or the last week of the Dubai Racing Carnival. Now, he was chipping away in the UK last season. He was rising up the grades. He won for a second time that season with a good win at Pontefract of a mark of 78. The debut out here was promising. He was placed over 1900 metres behind a more experienced type in Franz Kafka, and he was due to run again in week 9, but he was withdrawn after getting upset in the stalls. That's not behaviour that's uncommon to him. It's happened twice. He did it at Ripon in the UK last May as well. But when he allows himself to start, when he behaves down at the start, he is none too shabby. This will demand more, but he's got a good weight in this, right at the bottom of the handicap, and there should be more to come on his 8th start. They're starting to load. There's Naxos. I think he'll like it being back on the turf, having not really taken to the dirt the last twice. Don't forget 13, Ursa Minor. He sprang a big shock when placing in the Group 1 Jebel Hatta just a few years ago. That was in 2022, and he's more than capable on his day. Imperial Emperor, a really interesting contender. Not the choice of William Buick, though, for Charlie Appleby. That's first sight. Stall 12, a real question mark for him, as well as an underwhelming performance on his first start at the Carnival last time. Yes, he didn't get the run, but he also was reported to have underperformed prior to that. Will he bounce back? Stranger things have happened, absolutely, and he certainly is fancied on the international markets to do just that. Stall 12, the early part of the race is going to be all or nothing for him. So they're starting to load. They're around about halfway through. Don't forget Silent Film in there as well. Gunned down by Uzo late, and something of a globetrotter himself. He won a race at Hungary at Kingston Park over 1600 under the legendary Frankie Dettori last season. His seasonal debut really did have a lot of promise for it. Stall 15 is a bit of a worry, and he's been up £2 by the handicapper to 99. But I imagine Connections are expecting a big run from him as well. He's done little wrong as it currently stands. So, just a few more to go forward. Let's get up to the commentary box for the feature race, the Lord Glitters Handicap over 1800 metres. Your big race caller, Pat Comerford.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Let's see here. We're holding our breath. Laser Guided coming up into line here. Blindfold, barrier blanket. Loading away. We're set to go. Blindfold snapped and he jumped. Laser Guided has jumped with them here in race number 6. The Lord Glitters Handicap, and they are away to a nice start. King of Time was the worst, if anyone. He's about 5 or 6 lengths detached as Naxos takes up the lead in the early stages. Leading the way here from Laser Show in second. Working up to the outside was Imperial Emperor, followed by Laser Guided, and also up in the first 5 there was First Sight. He's working along with Ursa Minor. Then came High Bank the inside from All the King's Men. Silent Film was next, followed there by Zaman, who's back up on the running rail, a gap to Uzo, who has 3 behind him. That is a King of Time, who's been able to reattach to the rest of the field. Good Fortune and Mount Tambora are the last 2. So 1,000 metres left to travel, and it's Naxos the leader. The outside in second, Imperial Empire doing a double time in the cheap seats, followed there on his inside by Laser Show. Laser Guided is on the leader's back in 4th in a nice position, followed there next in turn by First Sight. Then came Ursa Minor, High Bank 3 back the inside. All the King's Men, Silent Film 4 deep and punching the breeze here with Zaman on the inside. King of Time works through. Mount Tambora now to 3rd to last, followed by Good Fortune, and Uzo, the last start winner, has to come around them all or potentially inside them all. As they come through past the 450, it's Naxos well held together. Laser Guided looks for an out here, deeper out on the course. Laser Show, Imperial Empire working into it. First Sight deeper out on the course. Up on the inside, High Bank just trying to suck the guts in to get through here, and does so now. It's up on the outside, First Sight, but on the inside, High Bank starting to present with Laser Guided. Ursa Minor, look at Uzo coming through. Uzo, when it's all too Luke. Uzo, it's history at Meydan. Well done, Safi Osborne. Uzo goes back to back. High Bank second, crossing over 3rd was First Sight, then came Ursa Minor. Then came crossing over next was Naxos, followed by Zaman, King of Time, Laser Guided. Then came Good Fortune from Mount Tambora, Silent Film. Next over was Imperial Empire, and the last one, All the King's Men. What a moment. Not only what a moment for this young lady, but what a moment for UAE Racing. Safi Osborne knows this horse like the back of her hand. Back-to-back wins here for Jamie Osborne, and Safi Osborne's able to pick up not only her first winner here in the UAE, but the first female rider in UAE history to ride a winner here. A big congratulations, and what a thrill for the Osborne family. 3, 1, 10 and 13 in the Lord Glitters Handicap of 2024.
Oh, stunning stuff in the Lord Glitters. Look at where he is. Uzo, he's going to need all the luck, and at this point he's getting none. Safi Osborne is sticking to that rail. She knows she needs an out. But when is that gap going to come? And is he going to have enough time to take it? Well, the gap did come, and he had to be brave. But he's shown he can be brave, ducking and weaving last time. Well, the gap was even tighter this time. And in a performance that was reminiscent of the namesake horse, Lord Glitters, he stayed on brilliantly to take this feature handicap and create a moment of history. Something I'm sure, though, that Safi herself wouldn't want to detract from what a great performance this horse has put in. 1,800 metres has been the making of him. He just wasn't quite, he was running out of time over 1,600 in his races last season. Well upped in trip as an 8-year-old as well. He's certainly not getting any younger, but he's really showing a new dimension over this new trip. Brilliant race to watch. And just when you thought he was out for the count, Uzo proved once again that he is a force to be reckoned with over this distance, and in good handicaps as well. Safi riding for father Jamie Osborne, and Uzo goes back to back at the Dubai Racing Carnival.
Numbers in the Lord Glitters Handicap presented by Altyre Motors. 3, 1, 10 and 13. 3, 1, 10 and 13. Uzo gets the win. Back-to-back victories here at Meydan. 148.79. Margins a length by a short head. 3, 1, 10 and 13. Race 6.
Jimmy, you're not in my picture. Come on, lad. Get other side.
I don't like cameras.
Oh.
Go on, I'll go the other side then.
I thought you might.
This is a history-making moment, this.
It is. Well in, Saf. Safi, blow this camera a kiss.
Well, this is going to be a popular reception. in the crowd. Will you welcome back, please, the 2024 winner of the Lord Glitters Handicap in a performance reminiscent of the great horse himself, Saffie Osborne, has ridden Ouzo to victory. Well, it's been a long time coming for jockey Saffie Osborne. There have been near misses aboard this horse, plenty last season, 3 placed efforts. They must have really killed you, Saffie, not to be on his back when he won last time. But you put that right tonight.
Yeah, it was obviously, I was delighted for everyone last time, and but at the same time, personally, fairly gutting not to be on board him. And no, all credit to Jimmy McCarthy and Dad's team. He's a tricky horse to get right, and he's had him spot on the whole time, really. He never really runs a bad race, and no, I'm just the lucky one to do the steering today.
You need ice in your veins, don't you, to ride a race on him? You were stuck to the rail, you were waiting for that gap?
Yeah, I've had enough experience of riding losers here so far over the last couple of years, and when the rail's out like that, it's a hard place to come around them, and I've luckily managed to get on the tail of the right horse, and I felt like if I got the gap, I was there with a winning chance. It's
one thing to, in your words, ride losers around here, but coming so close time and time again, that's got to have been hard to pick yourself up from.
Yeah, we've brought some really competitive horses out here, and it's been great to get outside rides as well. I was just thinking, it was 10 years ago, I was 11 years old, sat on the sofa watching Toast of New York win a UAE Derby, so 10 years on to be here riding winners is really special.
Fantastic, well done, Saffie.
Cheers, thank you.
And correct weight is given, 3, 1, 10 and 13. 3, 1, 10 and 13 in the Lord Glitters Handicap. Ouzo victorious in a time of 1:48.79. Margins won by a short head. 3, 1, 10 and 13 correct weight.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the presentation of the feature race of the night here at Meydan in week 11 of the Dubai Racing Carnival, the Lord Glitters Handicap. First, we welcome to the stage to give the prizes out Mr. Ashok Khanna, the Chief Executive Officer of Altaya Motors. Thank you, sir, for your sponsorship of this fine event. Right, there's a few owners to get through, so in order: Victoria Dunn, Katie Osborne, Angie Maxim, Zoe Bullen, Denise Griffiths and Sam Rogers. Welcome to the stage. And now we come on to the Trainer's Prize, accepting on behalf of winning trainer Jamie Osborne, assistant trainer Jimmy McCarthy. And now time for the presentation for the winning jockey. She got a massive reception as she came back in on Uzo on horseback. She's going to get another one here. Well done to Safi Osborne. Ladies and gentlemen, your connection of the 2024 winner of the Lord Glitters Handicap, Uzo! Never really seen a reception like that in the winners' enclosure here at Meydan. Things are raucous after Uzo took the Lord Glitters Handicap. And assistant trainer Jimmy McCarthy, we managed to wangle a word with you. You must be delighted.
It's great. It's great for everybody, and you know, it's very hard to come here and win one. Not of mine, be lucky enough to win two. You know, off his highest ever mark at the ripe old age that he is, and he's probably going to be climbing up rather than coming down. But no, it's great. It's great for everyone.
What's the difference been in him this season? Is there any difference? Was it just stepping up and trip has been the key?
I'd say stepping up and trip, and obviously by stepping up and trip, decided to ride him cold, and it's probably the way to ride him. And you know, through trial and error, he's always been easy to ride through a race, and he sort of settles wherever you put him. So they've always ridden him forward, but probably dropping him in suits him better.
Safi was reminding us about some massive days here for the stable at Meydan, but in terms of sheer achievement of where the stable is currently, this is massive.
Yeah, it's huge. It's huge for everyone, for her, for us as a team, the boss, everybody. You know, people should never underestimate how hard it is to come here and, well, A, be competitive, and like I say, win too. It is tough.
Dare I ask what's next? Will we see him again?
Not here. That was his last chance saloon, because he went up over 100 for the last day. I don't know is the honest answer. I suppose he might have a little break, probably when he gets home, and have a look later on in the year and see what's happening.
Well, wherever he goes, I look forward to seeing him. Jimmy, thank you very much and well done.
No worries, thank you.
As we head back to the parade ring here for race number 7. We're about to get there very shortly, but the official results through there.
Well, with all that excitement in our feature, Lord Glitter's Handicap, you didn't think we forgot faces at the races, did you? No, it's your chance. Yes, your chance to get your hands on 500 dirham available from Concourse B, the rewards centre level 1. Who will be going there? Well, you just need to smile. Smile is the key to the operation. We've seen some great examples so far, but I know we can do better. Hang on, we're starting to see some. Some people have looked uninterested would be a nice way of putting it. So let's keep to uninterested, but we don't want to see that. We want to see your smile. Look at the big screen, see if you're on. Give us a smile, give us a thumbs up, give us a wave. Maybe do all of them. Oh, we're zeroing in. It's you, madam! 500 dirham for you. Concourse B is your place to go. Well done.
Well, we head into the parade ring for race number 7 on the card, the Defender 110, brought to you by Altyre Motors. Here's our first horse, Harsim, Ben Cohen, 62 kilos for Masaba Al Maheri, and he comes in off the highest rating of 80. Followed next in turn there by number 2, Hubal Watton, one of 3 runners here for Rashid Borsley. Oscar Chavez partners Hubal Watton this evening. 3 is on to Regente for Royston French, Salim bin Gadaya for His Highness Sheikh Hamdan, a one-time winner from 8 starts. He comes out here and draws a good gate in 4. Asher Asker gets Omar Isaac Salas in the saddle, drawn to the near side here for Rashid Borsley and spots the black cap. Number 6 is Kierad, the son of Havana Grey. Marcelino Rodriguez claims 3 kilos here for Ismail Muhammad, spotting the blue cap. from his stablemate, who wears the standard white cap for Audrey de Vries. That's Home From Home. She's a 4-year-old filly by Galileo Gold and draws to the nearest part of the course here in 16 of 16. Shanagai City gets Tygo Shea in the green cap here. Draws a middle alley here for Tygo Shea, a winner 3 starts ago at Jebel Ali. Global Conqueror has his first run down the straight here at Meydan. We saw him twice now since his first return to the races since 2018. 10 is Almodea. He'll be now partnered here by Saif Al-Balushi for Mohammed Ramadan. He draws 12 here, having his 9th career start. Number 11 is Onagiri for Andrew Slattery and Lucia Botti. Draws the ace, having her 6th career start here. Already a one-time winner very early in the career. Raz Al Had wasn't too far away behind Vespasian last time out here at Meydan, over 1,000. Heads out to the 1,200. Musa has Sandro Paiva for Muhammad Ibrahim. Draws to the near side in 14. Dropping back from 2,400 metres back to a straight 6. 15 is Aram for Gabriel Maloon and Ahmed bin Hamash. She has had the 4 starts, yet to figure in the top 3. Stable also saddle up Theban here. Case Al Basaidi will do the riding. 6 starts for 2 minor placings. Last time out in behind Hubal Watton at Jebel Ali in a maiden, running 3rd. And Jewel Genie Lamp for Jonathan Castano Mateos and Omar Darag. 8 starts for a win and a 2nd, but been out of form a little bit of late and will need to improve on recent Meydan runs. Drops back here to the straight 6 on turf. And last but not least is Ironside for Bernardo Pinheiro and Kay Saboud. 15 start maiden of 4 minor placings, and last start was down the track at Meydan over the same track and trip. That's our runners. They head down to the top of the straight here for our straight 6 event for the evening.
The best turned out, sponsored by Zabil Fields, and once again, Zabil Feeds, I should say. Once again, Iftikhar Hussain is on hand to award the prize to number 4, Ashgar Assa, whose groom is Mohammed Asif. Well done.
Well done, guys. Good job. Well done.
So runners are heading down to the start, the 1,200 metre straight start. We're sticking on the turf, and one of our biggest fields of the night. This was fiercely competitive on paper. I think it will be in the run itself. As you can see, they're going down in increments. And this is a very tricky one to work out, because there are plenty in here who have shown a level of form which would be good enough to win this. There are others who you feel we haven't quite seen the best of. The likes of Raz Al Had for Connor Beasley, and Onagiri, Andrew Slattery taking the ride. I would be surprised if we haven't seen, if we've seen the best of them, I should say. So runners are heading down. In shot there, you've got Onda Rugente, Royston French for Salim Pingadaya, in the colours of His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed Al Maktoum, who wears cheek pieces. It's his turf debut. Not really bred for it. He's more bred to try and win a Breeders' Cup Classic, his sire being Blame. But it can't, as we've said before, it's not necessarily an exact science, and he looks well worth a go on the turf, because things are just slightly stalling at the moment on his dirt performances. He won over 1,200 metres on his third start back in December 2022. He's not added to it since, and things have been a bit stop-start for him. His intended engagements were in week 3 over 1,400 metres here, and at Jebel Ali a week later. He was a non-runner for both. He didn't show much when he finally did make it to the track. He's got a bit to prove. Let's have a word about number 12. Raz Al Had, Connor Beasley for Ibrahim Al Hadrami. As a 3-year-old, the terms very much favour him, number 12. He gets £15. He's yet to win in 4 starts, yes, or even place. But his form matches up to a few in here. If you look at the run over 1,000 metres in week 6 behind Vespasian, he was strong in the context of this lesser event. He was racing against much higher rated rivals. Now, the handicapper did whack him up £5 for that, for finishing 7th, which was always a possibility when you're running against better rated rivals. He has a leading jockey in Connor Beasley, looking for a double on the card, and he's far from exposed. I thought he'd be in the thick of things. One question I think you might be asking you is who's going to make the running? Number 2, Hub Al Watan could come into that category. Oscar Chavez for Rashid Borsley, the Orange Army out in force in this race. They've also got the likes of Ashka Asta, who won the best turned outs, as you've just seen. And you've got the likes of Shanghai City, Tiger O'Shea for Rashid. The latter is quite hard to weigh up back on turf. His best form and 4 of his 5 wins have been on the dirt. But what he is versatile. He's won over 1,000 metres, 1,200 metres and 1,600 metres in a long career out here and on both surfaces. I thought his run here in week 6 over the straight 1,000 could be forgiven to some extent. He lost his right foreplate. He doesn't arrive in bad form. He just doesn't quite have the scope for improvement that some of these do. And we do know a fair bit about him. But if you like exactly what he's been doing in the context of this race, then I couldn't put you off him, especially with the services of Tiger O'Shea. I thought he'd be prominent enough as well in the run. What about one of the international challengers? Mentioned Onagiri, Andrew Slattery riding well recently. This one for Lucy Botti, who's looking for her first win at the Carnival, the Dubai Racing Carnival, where in this race 3-year-olds, as we mentioned before, get £15 from their elders. She might be able to take advantage of the terms of the race. She's shown fair form in 2 starts here under the care of Lucy. She improved markedly from her debut out here week 4 on Festive Friday for her run on week 9. The key difference being the switch back to turf. She just didn't take to the dirt behind Manama Gold. And dropping back to 1,200 metres does look a good move. She was a winner on debut at Redcar in the UK over this kind of test. She might just have a little bit more to offer. And I think crucially as well, something that might be overlooked is she has experience of big, hard to pass fields in straight courses as well. So she's not had many starts either. So to have that kind of experience could prove invaluable here. And maybe she can just take her form to a new level under a jockey who's very much been impressing the fraternity out here. So we are starting to load. One I'd particularly like to see is Home from Rome. He might already be in Adru Devi for Ismail Mohammed, because she's not drawn where you'd like to be. It's a good point to mention that while in recent years you would have thought the stand side was the place to be, it hasn't really been the case. this Dubai Racing Carnival. You've had Pontos making all on the far side and blazing a trail down there. You've had horses like Star of Mystery come up the middle. No real winners in sprint races on this side, which is perhaps concerning if you're drawn from 11 to 16. It's not to say they can't win from there, but it hasn't necessarily been a positive. And we will see how it plays out in this. There are stronger 1,200 metre turf handicaps at the Carnival, but this represents a golden opportunity for some of these to put their claims on the line and hopefully try and kick on and grab this and then grab another win before the end of the season. I would be with Ras Al Had. I think there should be more to come from him. So loading fairly thick and fast. Hopefully not too long to go. Maybe 5 or 6 left to go. Let's hand it up to Pat Comerford and get his final thoughts ahead of an intriguing straight race, Pat.
It certainly is, Anthony. Thank you. And yeah, look, I found it very hard to dissect. I just thought that maybe Harsim, despite the fact that he has to carry weight here, that race with Mollacab changing colours, we saw Mountbatten in behind there, frank that form. The Caribbean also came out and ran well. So I just think maybe, just maybe, the straight might take some bad luck out of the equation and he won't be three or four deep for once this season, will Harsim. So interesting to see how he goes here. Only his second run on turf here as they continue to load the stalls here. So Kiarad comes up in the blue distinguishing cap. His stablemate Home from Home loads away. 16 runners and they're going to fly along here, even though it is only a 56 to 80. Theban rises. Onda Regente getting a bit keen in 4. Set to go, racing. Harsim slow, Theban the same, and Ras Al Had out the back. Over on the far side, Hubal Watton shows his usual speed, going up with Kiarad. Then came Onagiri, Julgini Lamp down the centre, along with Arab. Then came over on the stand side here was Ashka Asa, along with Shanagai City, Global Conqueror. In behind them there, working along, was Ras Al Had from Ironside. Harsim now fourth to last from Almodea, Theban and Musa. So down past the 700 they go. Kiarad takes over, and Kiarad leads the way here under Marcelino Rodriguez with the claim over Hubal Watton. Asha Aska over on the near side is also promising here, along with Shanagai City. Plenty of Borsley runners in contention here. Onagiri next from Ironside. Then came Ras Al Had. Harsim over to the stand side, trying to get warm here as Ashka Asa takes over here inside the 200 metres. Leading the way now by about 2 lengths. Shanagai City runs on along with Kiarad. Hubal Watton, Ras Al Had, Ironside. Harsim still coming. It's Ashka Asa. His threat here is Shanagai City. Ashka Asa a little bit wayward here in the late stages, but in the final 100 metres, Ashka Asa is going to just hold on over Shanagai City. Borsley takes the forecast. Harsim was motoring late into third. He's crossed over there along with Aram. Then came crossing over next there was Ras Al Had, followed by Ironside, Julgini Lamp. Onagiri was next over along with Musa. Then came Onda Regente from next came there was Theban along with Kiarad, and one of the last ones over was Almodea. Ashka Asa gets the win and does it well over Shanagai City. Harsim was very brave to the line there. He was a little wayward there, but once he balanced out in that final 200 metres, he was motoring home. He's been able to seal third, but what a thrill for Rashid Borsley. Able to take first and second here with 2 of the 3 runners in the race, and they were certainly up in contention for a good chunk of the race. But 4 prevails. Ashka Asa gets the win here in race number 7, beating home the 8 Shanagai City, the 1 Harsim. The margins there are ahead by a head, and the 15 Aram is able to find himself into 4th placing. 4, 8, 1 and 15, those numbers across the line unofficially. And what a great day for the Orange Army.
Well, they were trying something new with Ashka Asa, I should say, the winner of the best turned out, the second that has won the best turned out and then gone on to win the race. And despite the fact he hadn't shown a massive amount in his dirt runs, and despite the fact he was drawn over the perceived difficult side in 13, he's come to the middle and he's had just enough in the closing stages to hold off stablemate and a fast finishing contender as well from the back. Confirmation of places to come. He blazed the trail, didn't he? And this is a real improvement in form. He's 4 runs all on dirt. He hadn't made the frame in any of them. And despite the fact he's got a proper All-American pedigree, very much a dirt pedigree, he's taken to the dirt like the turf, I should say, like a duck to water. I thought he was going to need to improve markedly on what we've seen so far. He did have some early pace at Jebel Ali, and perhaps into this kind of grade, a stripping fitter for a recent return. It's all come together under Omar Salas. And just when you think it isn't the place to be, he leads home a 1-2 for the Orange Army. Ashka Asa from Shanghai City is very consistent. Hassim staying on really nicely under Ben Cohen, just missing out on second with Aram back in fourth. And Ironside putting in a good performance as well. Ashka Asa is off the mark at the 5th attempt.
And those numbers are 4, 8, 1 and 15 confirmed. Time sticks all round, 1:11.11. Margins ahead by a head there, confirmed 4, 8, 1, 15. Our numbers for race number 7.
We've seen plenty of blue winners this Dubai Racing Carnival. How about one for the Orange Army? Ashka Asa is off the mark for Rashid Borsley and the Borsley Racing Syndicate. Omar Salas, the winning jockey. Omar Salas, sporting the orange, has ridden Ashka Asa to victory. Talk me through that.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you for owner and trainer, every people at the table. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You got a really nice fast start. Was that key?
My first win in Meydan. Thank you.
Very well done.
Thank you, thank you.
Time for the presentation for the Defender 110. We welcome the General Manager of Land Rover Sales at Altair Motors, and Mr. Owais Tungakar. Thank you, sir, for presenting the prize to the winning connections. Representing the winning connections, Abu Bakar.
يتحرك ويثبت عليه.
Well, sometimes if you're afforded the luxury, it's nice, really nice, to be able to come up to the peaceful setting of the pre-parade ring where horses are being prepared to do battle on the track. And this is a horse I expect to see plenty of throughout the race, and that's Meydan. We certainly did see him in our previous, in his previous race. He was drawn the ace in one, he had the rail, and he made perfect use of it. He's got such a good record as well, 5 from 16 in his career. That's respectable. Will be doing him a disservice with a win record like that. Now this is going to be tougher. He's up £8 to a high mark now of 90. He's also drawn right on the wing in 8. However, I don't think that's going to be too much of an issue, really. I think he's probably going to be the fastest out. I think he's going to try and take the race to them like he did last time. And I'm not sure they're going to be able to live with him. Now, being a step slow or not as quick as he was last time would be a concern. And he does need to back up that performance once again off a higher mark. But I'd be willing to chance that he has a good, that he has another good one in him He's just having a warm-up administered to him as well. Stretching the legs. They're going to be in use very shortly. And he's cool as a cucumber as well. A true pro, a real professional, Meydan. 16 starts, and as we said, 5 wins for it. He's looking to make it 6 from 17. Who else have we got here? Number 4 is going to just slot in behind him, or just cross over. That's Kanjar. We'll have a couple in here for Musaba Almaheri and Shadwell. Bernardo Pinheiro taking the ride. Things are yet to gel with this gelding between himself and life here in the UAE. It's been dropped a further £2. The stable can really improve them out of nowhere as well. So, I mean, him popping up at a big price on the international market wouldn't surprise. Changing colours was a massive price when he suddenly, out of the blue, came back to form. But he does have it to prove. Behind him is number 6, Irregular Warfare. Now, how's he looking? He's looking pretty fit. He's probably the most interesting contender in the race. That's not to say I'm picking him. I'm just fascinated to see exactly how he gets on in this test, because Roger Varian had him for his 3 runs in the UK, 2 wins in the Maiden and Novice Company were nearly 10 months apart when he bolted up at Wolverhampton and then under a winner's penalty at Kempton last August. And he doesn't look out of place in this field. But it's just a question of what the surface is going to do for him, because he's not bred for it. And that's usually something that, well, it would always concern me, to be honest, if you're asking a horse to do something that they're not bred for. But look at our previous race. You had a proper dirt pedigree for Ashka Asa, and he bolted up in the 1200 metre turf handicap. This is, even so, I would just have my slight concerns, and I think he'll learn a bundle from it. We'll see if he actually takes to it, won't we? Number 7, Island Rule. Also for Ahmad bin Hamash. He's one of a couple in here. Also has number 8, Triple Venture. But number 7, Island Rule. Both of his wins have come at this trip. His debut at Jebel Ali back in 2021 and here this season. It's just a question whether he's good enough for this grade. He does need to prove he's up to this level. He should be fitter for his recent run. I still feel like he's got it to prove. But what's most interesting for me is that Connor Beasley has chosen him over the ultra-consistent Triple Venture, who I'd love to get a look at. He's right behind him. Proper dirt horse, Triple Venture. He is coming hard fit into this race. He's a rare horse that he's raced exclusively at Meydan. He's never had a race of any of the other 4 tracks in the UAE. And top marks to this gelding for his consistency. He's won here just once though, and placed 11 times over 1400 and 1600. Just finds winning tricky, like I do in the tipping championship. I think it's fair to say. I can really relate to Triple Venture. He's got to try and find 6.5 lengths with Meydan as well, or be they're meeting on an £11 swing. But even so, if you look at his record, I think he's a lock for the frame. I would just be worried about his win prospects coming into this. I could see him running really well and being gunned down late.
And welcome back to the parade here. We're up to the penultimate event on the program. Our smallest field of the evening as well, with only 7 runners to contest here in this event, with the scratching of the 2 in Mozahim. We head to our first horse, number 1, My Debawi, who was very impressive in 75 to 95 company, leading all the way there from gate number 1 to go on and score by 3.5 lengths over 1,400 metres. He strikes a similar race here this afternoon. Doesn't get all favours with the gate, but certainly has the speed to try and get up and contest the lead. And if he finds his usual forward spot, he could take some catching. One of 2 runners here for Shadwell here for Masaba Al-Maheri, the first of which is the 3 in Assad Zabil. Oscar Chavez will do the riding here, coming off a 3rd placing to Mozahim back on the 6th of January. Mozahim not taking his place here, but Assad Zabil returns here to Meydan, where he's only had the 1 run so far this season. That was on the 22nd of December, beaten 6 lengths there down the straight by Pontos. He heads on to the dirt here for the first time at Meydan this season. Number 4, wearing the black cap, is Kanjar. Bernardo Pinheiro will ride here. The son of Kodiak draws the ace. He's a 3-time winner from 13 starts. And he comes into this here having his 3rd run for the season. He didn't kick off until the new year. And in 2024, he's about to have his 3rd run for the season. Number 5 is Imperial Empire, another Debawi here for Bupat Seema in the race. This one for Touch Gold Racing, the 6-time winner from 24 starts, and also a very commanding winner back on the 19th of January there to go on and score by 8.25 lengths. That was in 70 to 90 company over a mile. He drops back in distance here and comes up against his stablemate My Debawi. This could be a nice tussle. Number 6, Irregular Warfare. He looks the unknown element here. The 4-year-old colt by Saxon Warrior. Fauzi Nass trains and Audrey De Vries does the riding here. 3 starts for 2 wins and a second. They've come at Yarmouth, Wolverhampton and Kempton Park on the all-weather surfaces, and his last 2 wins have been quite convincing there, albeit in maiden and novice company. He gets onto the dirt here for the first time. So the question mark is the surface, but he's certainly been doing enough at home to suggest he may be a challenge to a few of these horses who have been there and done that on the dirt here at Meydan. Number 7 is Island Rule for Connor Beasley and Ahmed bin Hamash. Mr. Hamdan Sultan Ali Al-Sabusi's been able to pick up a winner already tonight with Lion's Mane, and Island Rule hopefully will be able to pick up connections and the stable and the rider a double. The 7-year-old gelding by No Nay Never having his 14th career start here this evening. And Triple Venture comes out of the same race as his stablemate there, both in behind My Debawi on that occasion. Sandro Paiva replaces Shane Foley here after running 3rd there to My Debawi by 6.5 lengths. Races a very similar field here, but would need to improve on that last start despite placing in the top 3. That's our 7 runners for the Land Rover. It's over the 1,400 metres. It's for 210,000 dirham. And it is our 80 to 100 handicap, one of our higher rated races for the evening. Runners heading to post very shortly. Our field of 7 taking to the track very soon.
The best turned out of race 8, only 2 more to go, and it's been won by number 3, Asad Zabil. Beautifully turned out participant in this race in the Shadwell colours. And Iftikhar Hussain once again presenting the prize, this time to Pool Singh. Well done, sir.
That will be done now. We do it for the money prize. Boys, that's great. Well done. Good job.
Tick-tock on the Longines clock here in the paddock as we tick away to post time. For our penultimate race on the card, it's flying by. This is the smallest field of the night as well. It's going to be a really interesting opening 200 metres, because what we have in shot there, Meydan was given an uncontested lead last time. They couldn't go with him, they didn't want him, and they very much paid the price for that. He, as we were saying in the pre-parade ring, the draw's very different today, as far different as it can be. He was drawn with all the favours last time and he's got none of them this evening. However, he should have more to offer off the back of what we saw. He's right on the wing, yes, but if he can get a good break under Tig, I think he's going to be pretty hard to peg back from here. The question is, who's going to take him on up top? And does anyone want to? I thought Mozahim might be a candidate for that, but unfortunately he is out. I couldn't really find a horse in here that might try to match the early toe that he possesses. Triple Venture, I'd love to see him perform well. Cassandra Paiva taking the ride for Ahmad Ben Hamash. And it is strange that Connor Beasley has chosen Island Rule for me. I thought you'd probably go with the more consistent type, but then again, Connor has ridden tons of winners this season and I have ridden not one. So you have to respect his decision, and it does give credence to the fact that Connections clearly feel that Island Rule hasn't been showing all that he can. Last a winner of this course and distance back in November 2022. He's not made the frame in 5 runs since. He had a year off, then he returned earlier this month behind Meydan in that race last time. He was 8 1/4 lengths back in 6th, and he should come on for that. He's going to need to really turn it around, but there is a slight level of confidence he might be able to, at least just from the quarters of the jockey. Irregular Warfare, very interesting contender. The clear question mark for me is, does a Saxon Warrior colt out of an excellent art mare really want the dirt? We will see. He can perform certain miracles, Falzinas, with these types of horses, but generally they are bred for the surface, or they've at least shown something. And Saxon Warrior, excellent art. They don't scream dirt influences to me. They're loading fairly quickly. We've just got a small field. It's up to Pat Comerford for the penultimate.
Thank you very much, Anthony. And yeah, it's a big question mark, Irregular Warfare. It's very similar one we had with Nature Watch a little bit earlier on. Will he handle the surface? A little bit different to the all-weather, where he's been very good. Racing. Irregular Warfare anticipated the start very well. Kanjar boots up underneath. Triple Venture not too far away. 3 deep at the moment. Island Rule kicks up to the inside. Could find the 1-1 here, Triple Venture, if he wants it. Meydan 3 deep at the moment, still pressing the issue. 5 lengths back sees Assad Zabil, and the last one was Imperial Empire. So speed is good. 13.28 was that first sectional, and 23.83 the second, as Kanjar continues to roll them along to the top corner. Now out by 3 lengths. They let him slide. Triple Venture second. Maidabawi's been 3 deep the trip. Probably not the most conservative of runs, but a small field nevertheless. Next in turn there was Irregular Warfare. He's dropping back through the field on the running rail. Passed now by Assad Zabil. Island Rule and Imperial Empire is currently detached. Kanjar past the 500 metres, shows them a clean pair of heels. Sooled along now is Triple Venture. Coming up in behind them as well, running very well as Assad Zabil. Maidabawi's had a very, very horrid run, and unfortunately dropping back through there with Irregular Warfare. Island Rule, Imperial Empire getting going late. Assad Zabil up in front here from Kanjar. Triple Venture, Assad Zabil, Shadwell 1-2. Assad Zabil the outside here of Kanjar. Assad Zabil continuing to fight here under Oscar Chavez, and Assad Zabil will get the job done. A long neck on Kanjar. Triple Venture has run very well there, but been passed on the line there by Imperial Empire, who's run into third. Next across there, across the line there, working into it, was Maidabawi. He's dropped away there along with Island Rule, and Irregular Warfare was one of the last ones home. But a very nice performance here in race number 8 by Assad Zabil for Masaba Al-Maheri. He tracked into it beautifully there as they were working around the side, and to Kanjar's credit, he has stuck on there very well also. Shadwell goes 1-2 here. Masaba Al-Maheri goes 1-2, and the numbers across the line in the penultimate event. 3, 4, 5 and 8. 3, 4, 5 and 8. Imperial Empire absolutely motoring home there in the late stages to pick up the final spot on the frame.
Masaba Al-Maheri, Shadwell 1-2, Assad Zabil and Kanjar fighting out the finish. In a race where initially I would have just quantified this to a pace collapse. They've gone hard early, but Kanjar sticking around does muddy the waters slightly. That was a big effort, if there has in fact been a pace collapse, because look at where Imperial Empire's come from. He was never in the hunt, and he stayed on for a fast finishing third. The very consistent Triple Venture was also somewhat coming off the pace, although was right in there as well, and he stuck on for his usual consistent race. Very, very disappointing, Maidabawi. The distress signals were out when he couldn't make the lead. He was caught wide all the way, and while things were starting to look more promising, when he just travelled into it, stalked into it under Tiger Shea, that was his maximum effort. Unfortunately, he's faded away very tamely. Irregular Warfare, it's been a similar story for his dirt debut. He's just not gone too quick, and he's faded out of things. There'll be easier opportunities for him when he just settles down a little bit, and maybe when they don't make as much use of him. Both of them cooked at this point. At this point, Kanjar looks like he might have more to offer, but the stalking ride under Oscar Chavez has seen Assad Zabil get back in the winner's enclosure. It was a very promising UAE debut back in March 2023 over 1400 at Jebel Ali, and it was disappointing that he wasn't able to build on that and add to his couple of wins from his French days prior to this. He was down to a mark of 94, so down 1 pound. And while it did seem early days to be writing him off, others looked to have more clinical claims in here. Well, not a bit of it. It's Musaba Al-Maheri and Shadwell at the 1-2 in our penultimate race of week 11 at the Dubai Racing Carnival.
And as our winner returns to the parade, numbers are 3, 4, 5 and 8. 3, 4, 5 and 8. Shadwell go 1-2, but Assad Zabil, number 3, our winner. Time 124.73 on the Longines clock. Margins neck by 1 3/4 lengths. 3, 4, 5 and 8. Race number 8.
We've seen some fine winners in these colours over the years at the Dubai Racing Carnival, and Assad Zabil joins them here, ridden by Oscar Chavez, to take our penultimate race of week 11 at the Dubai Racing Carnival. Bernardo Pinheiro making way for Oscar Chavez to weigh in, much like in the race itself, because Assad Zabil ran down Kanjar in the closing stages under Oscar Chavez. You must be absolutely delighted with that, Oscar.
Well, always delighted when you have a winner.
Yeah, absolutely. So, talk me through the run. Did they go hard early?
Well, you know, Mr. Musawa told me, you know, to ride him a bit off the pace. So he jumped good, so he sort of settled beautiful behind the leaders. They went hard early. And I saw that nobody wanted to be in the inside, so I just cut through the corner, and then he was traveling real good through the run, and when it come to the top of the straight, I picked him up, and he just went up to the line good.
He must be a tough sort to be able to take kickback in his face. You've got a bit of kickback on yours yourself.
Well, the run was good because nobody wanted to be in the fence, so I sort of stayed there, and I wasn't having so much kickback until we get to the 600, and then he get a little bit for a minute to come out, and I didn't have much kickback, so it was good.
This horse very much seems like a testament, a classic Musaba Al-Maheri project where they can just improve out of nowhere.
Well, the way he runs today, he should improve.
Well done.
Thank you.
And correct weight has been given 3, 4, 5 and 8. Correct weight, Assad Zabil, our winner, in a time of 124.73. Margins are neck by 1 3/4 lengths. 3, 4, 5 and 8. Correct weight, race 8.
Time for the presentation for our latest race. Welcoming to the stage Senior Vice President, Finance and Admin of Altyre Motors, Mr. Paul Moore. Thank you very much, sir, for what you're about to present to our winning connections. Let's have the winning trainer, Musaba Al-Maheri. Well, ladies and gentlemen, something dramatic has happened ahead of our final faces at the races. Our usual cameraman Well, he's gone into mutiny. He's not happy with the performances that have been on show from the public tonight. So we have a new cameraman, and he has been assured that the crowd are going to go ballistic for the final faces at the races. It didn't seem a hollow promise at the time, and we're determined not to make it. Can you do this for him? Hands in the air, big smiles. Not that one, sir, please, not that one. The biggest smiles possible. And I think we found a popular winner. It's you, sir! Congratulations, 500 dirhams are yours. A lovely big smile from both parent and child. Congratulations. Oh, someone else trying to get in on the act. I don't think that's allowed. We've already picked the winner.
Well, we head into the parade for the final race of the evening. Race number 9 on the card, all brought to you by Altyre Motors. And this is our final race, the Defender 90, over the 2,000 metres on turf for 175,000 dirham. Number 1 is Aeonian for Bernardo Pinheiro, for Musaba El Mahiri, who has multiple runners in the race, a good team of runners here in the last. He's a one-time winner. Last start was over 1,400 metres on the dirt here at Meydan. Switches back to the turf, where we saw him run 12th last time out over 1,900 metres 2 starts ago. Would need to improve on his recent form and has drawn a little bit of a sticky gait, despite having the long back straight to slot in. 2 is Karib, also for Musaba El Mahiri, 6-time winner from 25 starts. And coming out of a Group 3, that was the Jebel Ali Mile, only last week, running 3rd in behind Swing Vote. That's not a bad form. He comes back to Meydan here on the turf, last seen here in January, in mid-January, where he was 5th, beaten 4 lengths by Webinar over the 2,400. Number 4 is Mustawa. He'll have to head up in distance here after contesting the mile last time out. Looks a likely leader from 11. But has faded in his races the last couple of starts. We'll see whether a more sedate tempo might see him have something in the locker late. Number 5, Arabian Tale, was impressive to go on and beat home and win over Mount Tambora, who franked that form coming out and winning a Maiden the next start. Although this is up against a handicap company here. Was the win good enough? We'll have to wait and see. Comes up against proven company for the first time here in the Middle East. Number 6 is Perfect Balance for Andrew Slattery, who was victorious on this horse 2 starts ago at Sharjah. Has since been here to Meydan on the 9th of Feb, was 6, beaten 7 3/4 lengths. Returns to the races here, but gets back out to the trip that he won over there 2 starts ago, albeit on the grass here this evening. Another horse heading back to the grass is Sakara King after a 2,000 metre dirt victory at Alain back on the 3rd of February, beating home Bosphorus, who we saw racing earlier on this evening. This looks a tougher task. Al Meydan is the 8 here for Connor Beasley, and Ahmed bin Hamash draws the ace here to find hopefully a nice spot in running. Last start was seen beaten 4.5 lengths by Intricacy over the same track and trip, albeit in a tougher handicap. 9 is Yerman, the 6-year-old gelding by Asiatic Boy for Akbar Ashur. Gabriel Maloon will ride for Adel Resort. 3 wins from 27 starts and returns to Meydan for the first time since earlier on in the season. Desert Snake draws sticky with a rating of 79, coming out of gate 15 here, but Pat Cosgrave jumps aboard for Ishmael Muhammad. 9 starts for a win, a 2nd and a 3rd, and narrowly defeated by Al Kaifi over 2,400 at Abu Dhabi on the 25th of January. Number 11 is Mactal, hoping to get Rashid Worsley a double on the program after a sprint win. Can they get a staying win as well here this evening? The 7-year-old by Distorted Human having his 15th career start, last seen at Jebel Ali on the 30th of December. 12 is Poster Paint for Bupat Seema, Sandro Paiva to do the riding here. He comes out of the race on the 20th of January in behind Cosmic Desert at Jebel Ali over a similar distance. He returns to the grass. 13 is Law of Nature, who's been a little bit stuck for runs in his last 2 starts. Ben Cohen jumps on board the 6-year-old here by Siuni. Siuni already with a winner already this evening. Very nice winner in Beautiful Love earlier on in the evening. Will the sire been able to pick up multiple wins? Musaba Al Mahiri trains for Rashid Al Shehi and Tawfiq Muhammad. 14, Miami Joy, will be partnered now by Charlie Bennett. Also for Ishmael Muhammad. Draws a middle alley in 10. three-time winner from 23 starts and was in behind Aswan, beaten 4 1/4 at Abu Dhabi over a mile, stepping up in trip. 15, One Vision, Kaysal Basadi. Claim he's 1.5 now off this runner, getting him to 55. Another one for Masaba Al Maheri, a two-time winner from 23 starts, beaten 4 1/4 by Meydan over 1,400 metres. Steps up in distance quite a bit, up to the 2,000 here tonight. And the 16, Majestic One, the 3-year-old colt by Teofilo, gets 53 kilos here, being the youngster of the field. Drawn a little sticky. Hasn't been seen since the 5th of January. In his only start here, he was down the track behind Legend of Time. He's had 3 runs over 1,400 metres. This is his longest trip to date. So last horse we'll have a look at is Legend of Khan. We'll just have to wait to see where he is. He'll be joining us very, very shortly. And here he is here now with Ardra de Vries already on board, coming down the race off the rating of 85. He'll be hoping for a fair bit of pace on here as a horse that likes to get back and run on. Whether he gets that tonight or not remains to be seen. Mostawa can certainly show some pace, but up to 2,000 metres, they might not roll along as quickly. So Legend of Khan certainly relying on the map to perform at his best here tonight. That's our runners for race number 9, and they're out onto the track and heading around to the 2,000 metre start at the top of the back chute.
The final best turned out has gone to number 10, Desert Snake. And it's well worth listening to Iftikhar Hussain, because he's picked 3 winners tonight. Our representative from Zabil feeds. He's red hot to the touch, as I'm sure Mahaz Khan can testify. He's won the best turned out, and this is unbelievable. Our cameraman is outsourcing. He's picked up some new help. She's doing a phenomenal job as it stands as well. You can put the camera down very shortly, I promise you. But well done to our final best turned out of the evening, Mahaz Khan. Yes, mate. So, Arabian Tail, the unexposed one in here, the Mount of Tiger O'Shea. He is my pick in this race. And it's neck and neck between presenter and commentator in the hallowed tipping challenge. I just thought this horse might just have a little bit more improvement to come up in trip. He's very lightly raced. He hasn't had much racing. There's been a little bit to like about him though so far. UAE debut in week 3. That was a big performance. Won a big prize from the international markets. He was third behind Never Show Weakness on the dirt. And he went 2 better next time on his turf debut at Abu Dhabi. Now he's up 400 metres in trip. I think that's very much going to suit based on his pedigree and based on the way that he stayed on as well and hit the line strongly at Abu Dhabi. He's the choice of Tiger O'Shea. He should be good enough off an opening mark of 80. Representing the Chopra family, best of luck to all connections in here. You've got perfect balance in there as well, just behind Andrew Slattery for Bhupat Seema. Mainly races on the dirt though. So the switch to the turf recently has been an interesting move. He's on the quick backup after running here in week 10 just last week over 1600. His wins in the UAE, there's been 3 of them. They've all been on the dirt. But he has won on the turf back in the UK as well. 1400 at Catterick as a 3-year-old back in 2021. Number 12, Poster Paint as well is in there. He's got a little bit to prove for me. Just won from 17, 0 from 14 since his win at Abu Dhabi over 1600 back in February 2022. Mostua is an interesting proposition in here. I just wondered, number 4, if he would stay the trip. Sam Hitchcock for Heather Main and the Haroldians. He's a poet's voice out of a Naif mare, but that Naif mare happens to be a sprinter as well. And yes, he has won over 1800 before. It was a race at Yarmouth where he was able to set his own fractions, stack them up before sprinting late on. He's run over 1900 metres in week 7. That wasn't bad form at all. I'll take nothing away from him for there. But he was beaten 2 3/4 lengths into 5th behind Franz Strauss, and he dictated the pace that day and still was found lacking in the closing stages. That would be a bit of a concern for me. Number 18 here, Al Maysan Connor Beasley for Ahmed bin Hamash. The pair looking for another win on the card. All 3 wins were going for Charlie Appleby and Godolphin in the UK. He's 0 from 11 over here and 0 from 9 for Ahmed. He's on a pretty quick turnaround as well, but the mark is dropping in small increments each time. He's now rated 79, representing Powerful Connections, who rarely don't find an opportunity for their horses. Let's have a look at number 2, Karib Richie Mullen for Musabat Al Maheri, the winning trainer of our previous race. Asad Zabil doing the business and marking a 1-2 for the stable. He's had a very varied Dubai Racing Carnival, this 6-year-old. It's his 6th appearance this UAE season. He's won over 1900 and 2000, the first of which was week 1 of the Carnival, and the latter was at Jebel Ali at late January. And he had a career best last time, staying on 3rd in the Group 3 Jebel Ali Mile and getting outpaced at a crucial stage. So it's interesting to see him over 2,000 metres on the turf so quickly as well. Clearly, they want to get him out while he is in good heart. There's Karib heading forward. A really interesting contender, but I'm sticking with Arabian Tail. Tig, Bhupat, it's hard to go wrong with them most of the time, and I've just felt this one might have a little bit more scope for improvement. Like to see Sakara King back up that effort last time as well. It was a first win out here after being 0 from 16 in the UAE prior to that. Maybe he can kick on. I would imagine he's going to need a lot of luck in running, not only from a wide draw in 9, but also staying on and finding the gaps as and when they appear. Pat Dobbs, he's certainly going to have to earn his fee, but the gelding does arrive in decent heart all the same. So, with just a few more to load, it's time to head up to the commentary box, and with our thanks, thank Pat Comerford.
Yeah, thank you very much for your assistance this evening as well, Anthony. Yeah, as you said, neck and neck here, so we'll see who's able to come out on top, or if it'll be a draw. I'm siding with Law of Nature here. 2 starts ago, what could have been had he got a run, and then last start was behind the 8 ball here. Ben Cohen jumps on board, and be interesting to see how he goes and where he finds himself. Potentially 1 or 2 back the fence could be a great spot for him. He just needs the runs to appear at the right time when they do straighten up, if he does get a conservative run. One Vision coming up into line.
Saba Al Maheri already with a winner this evening, taking out the last. Bupat Sima also very heavily engaged here with multiple runners. As Law of Nature and Mostawa come up for Ben Cohen and Sam Hitchcock to complete the line here at the 2,000 metres, the final race of the evening from Meydan. Set to run. Shane Ryan hits the lever and we are underway. Poster Paint broke very well to the outside. Perfect Balance, Mostawa was fast away. Mactal the same. Law of Nature getting into a nice spot here early, but Al Meydan's going to boot up as well to the inside as they come out of the chute and onto the course proper and keep him into the running line. Karib was next. Now Mostawa drops back to about 7th position, a lot further back than we've seen him in previous runs. Then came One Vision. Majestic One followed out deeper from Aeonian, Desert Snake. Then came Man, followed there by Sakara King, Miami Joy and Legend of Khan. So down the back they go, 13.79, 24.91. And as they make their way past the 1,300 metre mark, taking over the running is Poster Paint. Eventually gets over from the wide draw and tries to slacken it up a shade here, leading by a length and 3/4. Mactal second, Arabian Tail up to third, and fourth was Perfect Balance. From back up on the inside, working up along there was Al Meydan from Law of Nature. They're going at pretty sedate fractions at the moment. One Vision was next back up on the fence from Mostawa, and in between runners was Karib. Then came Aeonian, Desert Snake deeper out on the course, trying to course up into it wider here was Miami Joy, working alongside Legend of Khan, Man, and also at the back of the field was Sakara King. So down the side they go. 650 metres left to go, and Poster Paint tries to click it up a notch. Now leads a length and a half. Mactal second, Arabian Tail poised to pounce in third. Then came Law of Nature, extricating off the fence with plenty of clear running room. Next came Al Meydan, all dressed up, nowhere to go. Karib, Perfect Balance, Mostawa, Desert Snake. One Vision trying to get through on the inside there with Aeonian. It's Poster Paint. Law of Nature starting to present here on the outside with Karib. Karib looking very ominous as well. It's Poster Paint who gives a kick though. Law of Nature trying to be very brave along with Karib. Poster Paint trying to hold on here down the outside. Karib really tries to pounce here in the late stages. Karib, Poster Paint, the line comes outside. Karib will get it. Karib about a half length on the line, beats Poster Paint who was very brave. Law of Nature third. Fourth across in the running there was Arabian Tail, followed there next in turn by Aeonian. Then came Miami Joy, Desert Snake, Man, back to Majestic One, Al Meydan, Legend of Khan never got warm. Then came Sakara King, Mostawa, and Mactal was one of the last ones to cross over with Perfect Balance and One Vision. There you go, Karib goes on to get the win and was very brave there under Richard Mullen to go on and pick up the last race. Got a nice conservative run in behind them. To Poster Paint's credit, under Sandro Paiva, he has run an incredible race. Back from Jebel Ali, a much fitter horse here coming to the races, and I think we'll see him racing a little bit more on the turf now. He seems to be right at the peak of his powers. And another good run by Law of Nature, who unfortunately his run just came to an end there. He bottomed out at about the 100 metre mark, but he has well and truly sewn up third over Desert Snake, who takes fourth. 2, 12, 13 and 10. 2, 12, 13 and 10 in the final race of the evening.
Well, he's no stranger to winning in the UAE, Karib. However, he's really taken his form to a new level in recent weeks. It looked an interesting decision to put him in a 2,000 metre turf handicap straight off the back of an excellent run in the Jebel Ali Mile on the 10th of February. 6 days on, he switches from the dirt to the turf, and it's really G'd him up. And in a race where not a massive amount really were able to get involved, was perfectly rated from the front. Sandro Paiva, well, Poster Paint, Richie Mullen was wise to it, and the extra distances very much worked in his favour. He intimated that was the case when staying on over the 1600 in the Group 3 Jebel Ali Mile. Stiff finish that day. He was making late gains all the way, but not really making much ground on Swing Vote, who was very impressive that day. Well, Karib's had his moment in, I say in the sun, but the sun has long gone down. He's had his evening, and Karib winning once again for the 7th time in his career. No stranger to winning in the UAE either. In winning form for Musaba, who has had a great end to the meeting. Races 8 and 9 both going the way of his stable, and a 1-2 in our previous race as well. I thought Pat Comerford was half wondering if the voice would start shaking with Law of Nature, his pick, and there under Ben Cohen ranged up. He's just been run out of things late. And my particular pick as well, Arabian Tail. I wonder if a stiffer test at the trip really might help him if they just maybe go a stride faster, because he was perfectly positioned, but then he looked outpaced and tapped for toe when it really came down to it. A strongly run 2000 could see him to even better effect.
So the winning horse returns to the parade. Karib, fresh off his run in the Jebel Ali Mile. He returns to Meydan a winner. 2, 12, 13 and 10. The numbers 2:03, 2:3. The winner's time. Margins 3/4 by 1 1/4. 2:12, 3, 2:12, 13 and 10 in the last.
Would you welcome back into the winner's enclosure, the winner of race 9, the final of our races, Karib and Richie Mullen. Richie Mullen weighing in, the final winner of the night here in week 11 of the Dubai Racing Carnival. You can't imagine having Carnival winners will ever get old. For a jockey that really made this place his own, it's great to see him still riding winners on the big stage, even now. And also to have mounts like this, Rich. He's a tough old boy.
Yeah, I mean, he only ran 5 days ago in Jebel Ali Mile. You know, before that, he only ran sort of 10 days prior to that, winning the Jebel Ali. You know, he actually ran a decent race here over 2-4, and you know, I think his form is obviously better on dirt. But I think the way the grass track's riding tonight, with all the rain that we had, it's not soft ground, but it's just enough to get in where he was comfortable on it. It's not too fast for him, and you know, he could just feel he was just getting his toe in, and I think he really appreciated that. But you know, look, he's a credit to ride, and he's a credit to the stable. You know, the owner wanted to run him, and you know, he's in it to run them. He's you know, he's very, very honest, and he tries very hard, the horse. And like I say, for Masaba to back him up only 5 days ago is a credit, you know, because he went down to the start really well. He looked fantastic, and yeah, there's always a worry that you have a tough race at Jebel Ali because it takes a lot out of him because it's during the day, and but he's bouncing back in fantastic. And like I say, he just appreciated that. You know, the fact that we had that rain and the ground is just you know, it's not soft, but it's good, and they're just getting their toe in, and like I say, he appreciated that. Not that it was too firm, but yeah, he's showing he's very versatile now. Probably the weakest race he's ran in fairness to him. Like I say, he's been pitching in better company, but he had to carry top weight, and that's no easy task around here. So. Yeah, I think the plan was originally after Jebel Ali Mile to go to the Jebel Ali Stakes, so I presume that will be it, unless the owners found something next week.
Well done.
Cheers, thanks.
Thank you, Richie.
And that's correct weight in race number 9, the lucky last, 2, 12, 13 and 10. Correct weight, Carib your winner, 2:03.23 the winner's time. Margins, 3/4 by a length and a quarter, 2, 12, 13 and 10. Correct weight in the last.
One final presentation for our final race of 9, the Defender 90. We welcome to the stage Miss Laura Lawson, Head of Human Resources, Jaguar Land Rover Middle East and North Africa. Thank you, Laura, for presenting our final trophy of the night. And it goes to a man whose colours are very familiar out here in the UAE, the winning owner of Carib, Nasir Askar. we have come to the end of week 11 of the Dubai Racing Carnival. We've seen some great performances. I think these weeks, Pat, we said before in our preview, it's lower key stuff, and you're generally looking for horses that might kick on at other meetings, if not back here. It very much delivered.
It certainly did. There's a couple of horses that we can, I guess, really put a line under as ones to follow, and I'm not just talking about lightly raced horses. There are a lot of horses here from our lower graded handicaps tonight that probably are runners that I guess are very, very close to breaking through and getting those wins. Like even the likes of, look, it was one of the more insignificant races of the night. It was obviously a dirt race over 2,200 metres, but the run of a Hester Barrow was a prime example. You know, Lion's Mane's gone on to win the race, but Ishmael Muhammad's got this 8-year-old gelding going very well at the moment, and to a point where on a surface that he hasn't performed at over before, he's been able to continue on with his form from last start, albeit on a different surface. And he looks like a horse that's knocking on the door to win. So I think there's a lot of runners that we can probably, you know, I guess put a line under and take on it. But you've got to say that the highlights have come in not only our feature race, but also our race earlier on, our conditions race, which saw a lot of unraced runners or a lot of horses with lightly raced form. And yeah, well, one certainly shone to the top in race 2, didn't it?
She certainly did, and I think she is a prime example of Beautiful Love, of horses that you're looking for horses that will make more of an impact when they head back to Europe. That's the added interest of a Godolphin runner early in their 3-year-old career. Yep. She really delivered up in trip.
Yeah, she certainly did. It was unfortunate to see, you know, other runners for Godolphin, like I guess Nature Watch and also Olympic Candle as well for Saeed, who are on the other end of the spectrum. As you said, these trips over to the UAE can be very good for these lightly raced horses from an education perspective. And that's exactly what we saw from Beautiful Love. She's a horse that's going to go on with it and do that. Now, what we learnt from other horses as well was potentially maybe the dirt might not be for them. And I speak of obviously Nature Watch and what happened there. But I think Beautiful Love is one to take out of tonight, that she will go on and be bigger and better for this. And if they do continue on to a race like the Oaks or something along those lines, it adds another element to the race where we thought potentially it could be one-way traffic for a horse like Manama Gold. Now, this horse, off what she was able to do tonight, could be just another element to that race to make it a little bit more interesting on Super Saturday.
Very much could be. It'd be really good to see her. It'd be really good to see her the rest of the carnival. I don't personally see it. I think they might even try a European classic trial, one of those listed races, one of the Group 3s, because she's earned a shot at it.
She certainly has.
Even though getting a lump of weight from Athan, she was entitled to do what she did. It was a great performance. Great performance from Uzo. One of my highlights of the carnival so far. I loved the ice in the veins that Safi Osborne had to stick to that rail and wait for the gap, and thank God it came.
Yeah, look, it was an absolute 11 out of 10 ride. She waited for the gaps to appear, and fortunately they did. Now, they weren't the biggest of gaps either. She really had to use all her expertise to work through, and she's ridden it like an absolute champion as well. It was a great result, and the way in which the horse did it, considering as they were mentioning earlier on, he's hit his career high mark, and the fact that he's actually ran to that tonight and has obviously superseded that once again is quite incredible. So onwards and upwards for Uzo. It's great to see him coming out here and winning. Obviously a momentous occasion for Safi coming out here and getting her first winner here in the UAE, which is great to see. And yeah, look, onwards and upwards for Uzo as well. It has to go down as ride of the night, doesn't it? I'd say I saw on X a little bit earlier on this evening, someone said if Ryan Moore had been riding that horse, we'd be talking about that ride for weeks. So she deserves all the credit. It was ice cold, as you mentioned, and I think it's a very promising sign for Uzo going forward. I think it's not the last time we're going to be seeing him in the winner's circle here. If they can keep him tracking along the way that he is, he's feeling good, and I think there's more wins to come.
Fast ground, 1,800 metres, what's not to like for Uzo coming back next season? Well, I seem to remember one particular horse who loved those very conditions, Lord Glitters, who the big handicap our feature was named after. He was a dual winner of the Singspiel just a few years ago, and that is one of our feature races next week, along with the Balanchine It's a great card on a lead up to Emirates Super Saturday in its own right. You've got the Oaks, you've got those two Group 2s, you've got really competitive pattern action.
It's a nice little lead up, and yeah, there's enough there to sort of, I guess, wet your whistle for what's to come on Super Saturday. But yeah, it's certainly ramping up here, and well, it's a pleasure to have you back here for the 9 races. We drew the contest in the end, 4 winners apiece. To be perfectly frank, I thought I'd be happy with 2 winners. I thought Beautiful Love would get over the line, maybe one more. But we've both been able to pick up Beautiful Love and 3 others as well. So I think it's a pat on the back for both of us.
I thought you'd nicked it in the last, all the halfway up the straight. I thought, oh, I'm going to hear about this plenty, as you rightly would.
Yeah, look, it was a good win. It was a good win in the last there. A well-deserving horse has been able to take it out. But yeah, law of nature. Don't worry, I was the eyes lit up a little bit at the turn as well. I thought I might have sealed it 5-4, but nevertheless, a great night of racing, and I'm glad that whoever's tuning in at home or those people joining us here on course have been able to enjoy the night. It's been a great evening, and look, the crowd here tonight has been fantastic, and you could just see by the faces at the races throughout the night that a lot of the areas of the track are packed, and it's great to see.
Very much so, Pat. Thank you very much for all your contributions throughout the course of the evening. Thank you very much for joining us here at week 11 of the Dubai Racing Carnival. We will see you again very soon. Bye-bye.